X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you guys again. I hope you're all having a great day. We already have 162 people here right at the beginning of the stream. That is what I like to see. What's going on, Fefala? WMV, Ratty Ratera, Lucky Otter, Water. Hey, that rhymed. Bars. Trans Daughter of Water. That rhymed even more. It's so good to see all of you guys. Danshare, how are you doing? Have I become a white name? Yep. Unfortunately, your blue name has dissolved away. You have to restore your non-whiteness with reparations to me. I hope you're all having a good day, though. I'm a little sleepy because I woke up only like a few hours ago. I woke up at like 7 a.m. this morning. I was like, okay, whew. You know, I watched a little bit of YouTube, took a shower, and here I am. I've only eaten like a little breakfast brownie thing, like a little vitamin brownie. They're made to be healthy. So I'm a little hungry. I'll admit that I am a little bit hungry, but I'm gonna order myself food after stream, so it's all good. Rip the Zan boy smell. Oh, I always stream right before, I always shower before stream. Especially when my hair gets this long. I need a haircut. I don't like my hair getting this long. I prefer it quite a bit shorter. The sun's still up. It is still up. So today, I went live at noon on the West Coast. Which means for Eurocucks, it's actually a fairly reasonable time of day from my understanding. So this is going to be an actual Eurocuck stream. The Eurocucks can actually watch this one for an hour or two. It's 10 p.m., what? Yeah, it's a little bit more reasonable for the Eurocucks. $8 p.m. in the UK? Hell yeah. UK Giga Chad here? There are no Giga Chads in the UK, okay? Except for maybe John Oliver. John Oliver's a Giga Chad, but he's American now, so... yeah. Have you seen the Our Place board? Yeah, I love how Reddit has tried to divert everyone's attention from how much protest there is against it, with doing an unprecedented, out of nowhere, for no reason, Our Place event. Because everybody loved Our Place, right? But half of it is literally all just fuck spez. Yeah, DGG's doing well on there. I saw a bunch of threads on DGG's Reddit complaining about people protesting with Our Place because you're still using their site. The Dark Canuck, thank you for the 7 Canadian dollars. I really appreciate it. It says Hunter Biden's penis, an American experience, new on PBS 2024. True. I've yet to see Hunter Biden's cock. Probably not for long, though. Republicans need me to see Hunter Biden's cock. They desperately want me to see Hunter Biden's cock. Also, I just logged into the website. No more stinky YouTube chat for me. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. Thank you. I was going to say hi, but now my computer is suddenly shut down. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your computer works. There's still no Peepo plant? I have unfortunate news to give you all. As it turns out, Cherry was 100% in the right for removing Peepo plant, or Pepe plant. A bunch of videos have been getting demonetized, and it turns out it's because the Pepe plant emote is detected as, like, inappropriate by YouTube, and they were demonetizing my videos. So it's YouTube's fault, not you guys' fault, but sadly, the Pepe plant had to go. Pog plant seems to be fine, thank God, but, we'll see. They could come for Pog plant next. Everybody loves Pog Plant, though. Hopefully we never have to worry about losing Pog Plant. Remember what they took from you. The West has fallen. Alright. God. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, we have a whole new round of conservative outrage over new media to talk about. So obviously we had a bunch of movies, including that Snow White live-action movie that Disney's doing, get announced recently. And of course the right has jumped on these things and are attacking it because there's, you know, any level of diverse casting or whatever. However, a very anticipated movie, a big blockbuster movie, just came out a couple days ago. I have not seen it yet. But I hear it's quite good. I hear people are liking it. People have been hyped about it for a while. It was a pretty much inevitable success. It was one of those movies that was just, you knew from the amount of media hype and the amount of, like, posting online this movie was going to do well. Barbie has released. Now, the Barbie movie, I have not seen it yet. Principally, I wasn't very interested in it because it's like, what, on surface level, why would I be interested in a Barbie movie? But apparently it's sort of like a funny comedy, right? And from what I've heard, it is quite good. It is performing quite well, and it's just going exactly how you'd expect it to. You've probably seen the memes where it's like Barbie versus Oppenheimer, and it's like me showing up to Oppenheimer, and it's like a bunch of guys wearing hoodies and sweatpants, and then it's me showing up to Barbie 2023, and it's a bunch of dudes showing up in suits. You know, it's like the Minions, or what was it, the Minion movie? What was the movie where they wore the suits? It was Minions, right? I think that's what it was. Something kind of like that, right? But people unironically do like the Barbie movie. And so, as you can imagine, the right is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here, because if you know anything about Barbie, if you know anything about this movie, and I know anything at least, even though I haven't seen it, the movie has some pretty progressive themes and messaging. You know, our society is pretty overwhelmingly progressive in terms of what it likes in its themes and messaging and media, so this shouldn't really surprise you. But the right is in this really tough space where they have to have their cake and eat it too. And what I mean by that is the right needs to simultaneously pretend that society is degrading, that society is falling, that wokeness is taking over, and it is a festering, cancerous parasite that is eating away at the most powerful, silent majority group in the entire country of anti-woke, straight, white, whatever, right? They want to be like the popular, dominant winners who are the silent majority, and also the enemy are just this sort of like malignant cancer, right? But at the same time, they have to pretend like wokeness is this inescapable, overwhelming, unbeatable, you might as well lay down and die, it's so unbeatable, evil force, right? It's fascism, really. It's a core tenet of fascism. The enemy is both strong and weak. And, of course, the group that you claim to want to protect is both weak and strong as well. And with that, the right is thrown into the situation where either they can be anti the popular new woke thing and harm their reputation and their perception, or they can try to claim the new thing and say it's actually anti-woke. It is very possible that in the next couple days we'll see a Critical Drinker video come out about how Barbie is actually anti-woke and based. And that will be like the adaptation they make to the fact that it's doing well. They did the same thing with the Mario movie, for example. However, right now, the main right-wing narrative, they did it with Spider-Verse too, yeah, you're right, the new Spider-Verse. However, right now, the new right-wing narrative, because it hasn't been established yet, are just a bunch of YouTubers throwing out their Barbie is woke takes on YouTube. And the highest viewed one right now has 63,000 views in 17 hours. It's by a YouTube channel called Midnight's Edge. And it's called Barbie is a Breakup Movie and as woke, in all caps, as it gets. And you've got a picture of Barbie in the thumbnail holding some Bud Lights. And then the text in the thumbnail says ultra woke propaganda. It's very, 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 very good stuff here. She got the Bud Light. As woke as it gets. All right, let's see how woke it gets, guys. Let's see some of this like top-notch right-wing YouTube journalism. I'm excited, guys. So edgy.
Barbie is about to open to the public around the world, but there have
Wait, is this guy unironically using a voice changer to make his voice sound deeper? This video has 63,000 views in 17 hours, by the way, chat. That is how desperate people... So, what you have to understand is, much like we talked about in my recent Critical Drinker video I did yesterday, what you gotta understand is that these YouTubers make content for people who haven't seen the movie. There is a large contingent of conservative dudes who will never watch the movie and just want to find a YouTube video that tears it apart so that they have arguments they can use against people who liked the movie without having to watch it. It's why people watch, like, Critical Drinker and Geeks and Gamers and what have you. And Mahler, too, to an extent. But you got... Mahler is a lot long-form version of that, right? Sort of like super hardcore long-form CinemaSins.
have already been enough pre-screenings that word of mouth is starting to spread, and where the movie's messaging is concerned, that word of mouth is decidedly negative. Interestingly, in the weeks
Also, it's not a voice changer. He genuinely sounds like that. That's unfortunate. What I really enjoy about, like, anti-woke videos like this is you can almost always guarantee there will be a shot in one of their videos, if not the very thumbnail, of, like, a freeze frame of a woman in the movie making a funny face. Usually one that's supposed to look disgusted or triggered. And then sometimes they'll take it even further and they'll, like, add, like, a red filter to the whites of the eyes in the thumbnail. Like, they did that a lot with the Rings of Power. A lot of their thumbnails would be, like, editing, like, demon eyes and snaggle teeth, like demon teeth, onto the actors and actresses in Rings of Power. As they, like, they make their 50th video about how it's woke trash. How long before they show a triggered SJW? We'll probably see one. My favorite is, oh my god, this was a crazy thing, by the way. So a couple years ago, back right before this, like, spike in anti-left, more right-wing adjacent politics that has been dominant online lately, I made a video about the origin of the red shirt, glasses, short blonde hair triggered lady who's, like, sort of looking triggered. Very famous image. You see it still to this day. One of, like, the 4 images that represents the left online. It turns out the origin of that clip, of that image, exists online. And there is a reason why many people, particularly right-wingers, had never seen the clip before. As it turns out, the clip in which that comes from, I mean, it's just about as dishonest as it gets. I could bring up the clip now and show you, but it's a pretty big stun lock to do so. She was just talking at, like, a normal volume and very normally, like, not angry, not frantic or heated or anything like that. She just kind of was speaking fairly expressively because it was a loud environment, and so she was trying to make it possible to see, like, your mouth movement, right? Like, you know how you'll be at a party and you'll be like, I'm going to the bathroom, you know? You'll say you'll extra mouth the words to your friend at a loud concert or in a party or something like that, so that they can read your lips almost and know what you're saying along with, like, you're talking. She was doing that essentially, and in one frame, she's going like she looks angry. And so that frame got clipped and you know, used for what it was. But here's the funny thing. When I first posted that, it was before the right-wing cultural domination era we're in right now, right? And most of the comments were like, oh my god, I had no idea that's where it comes from. I can't believe it. That poor lady. Oh my god, oh my god. Couple months later, you get to, like, the rise of Andrew Tate, and we're in the era that we're in now. Most of the comments I get on that video now are insulting me. Like, no arguments or anything. No, like, debunks to what I say in the video. Just insulting me and calling me, like, a buzzkill or a nerd for pointing out that the stereotype straw man image that they've used to characterize the left for a very long time literally isn't real. And so now there's, like, a bunch of people hate commenting on that video because they don't like that I'm exposing one of the biggest, most recognizable right-wing straw men of the left as being a literal hoax. Because, like, they use Big Red, and that's a real thing. You know, people think... You would think that that's a real thing when that goes right alongside Big Red, and Big Red was, like, at the very least a triggered feminist, you know? But no, there was no triggered feminist in that video. Big Red, the lady with the glasses and the red hair. We really, oh my god, this is ancient history now. I keep forgetting, this stuff is actually ancient history. We have to do more ancient history deep dives. We need to do more like 2014 to 2016 right-wing reactionary like deep dives to like dismantle old right-wing content and look at how it applies to today.
And that word of mouth is decidedly negative. Interestingly, in the weeks leading up to the release, the cast were increasingly open about how political and how feminist the movie was, while rights holder Mattel tried to downplay those very statements, instead claiming the movie is for everyone. Well, based on these very early reviews, it now appears the cast were right, while Mattel were lying through their teeth, probably in an attempt to avoid being the next to be hit by the Bud Light effect.
So, for those that don't know, Bud Light is owned by Anheuser-Busch, which is might be the biggest beer company in the world, if not the second biggest. So, essentially, what ended up happening is the right-wingers have boycotted Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. And believe it or not, in America at least, Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch have taken a pretty substantial hit since the Dylan Mulvaney sponsorship. Like, we are talking about a company that makes a product that has been notoriously stereotypically marketed towards a demographic that is more likely than any to be, like, angry and homophobic, right? Is Bud Light effect a thing? There is no Bud Light effect, but Bud Light did, in fact, see a very big hit to their sales and their stock prices because of the Dylan Mulvaney sponsorship in America. However, Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light have not taken a very substantial hit at all in the world market, and in the world market, they're actually up from when Dylan Mulvaney did the sponsorship. So, if you only consider the American market, sure, the Bud Light boycott worked, and it hurt Anheuser-Busch. But if you consider the world, but Anheuser-Busch is actually better now than they were before the Dylan Mulvaney sponsorship. So it's really just smoke and mirrors. And also this Barbie movie, let's cede entirely that the Bud Light effect is real. The Barbie movie is not being hit with it. But like I said, these people will say, go woke, go broke, go woke, go broke, and that's what they were saying for years and years and years and years, but there were no examples of it. Like, it just never happened. You know, no bullshit was saying it, the quartering was saying it, they've been saying it since 2014, but now there's an actual company that they can point to some charts having taken a hit because of having platformed a trans person, and so they say, you know, all right, we have something now, the Bud Light effect. I just joined. What the fuck is this stream? Why are we talking about beer? Don't worry about it.
In this editorial, I will go through these early reactions and why they are consistent with what director Greta Gerwig stands for as a filmmaker, and finally, see how this will continue to shape the movie at the box office.
Oh boy, are we gonna get this is gonna go... Okay, so I assume he's gonna try to stake his reputation on saying this will go woke, huh? I'm gonna speed this up because this guy talks slowly. So... yeah. He also stretched this video to 11 minutes for the ad, the mid-rolls.
First and foremost, I know I am not the target audience for a Barbie movie. It wasn't made for me, and that is fine. It should, first and foremost, please the target audience it was made for. But if it were to be successful in that, which I sincerely hoped it would, then it would by default also have been accessible to me, because I'd be there for the family outing, a creatively successful Barbie.
Okay, so right now he's trying to argue that it's fine for the Barbie movie to exist, because it's made for the woke audience, but it will fail in the box office because the woke audience is not a financially profitable market. Let's see how Barbie's doing in the box office right now. Barbie Box office. Let's see. Barbenheimer craze could do something Hollywood hasn't seen in years. Barbie posts best preview box office of 2023. Barbie has best box office previews of 2023 thus far. Barbie Oppenheimer box office battle already has an early winner. It's Barbie, apparently. Barbenheimer box office Thursday ticket sales are huge. Barbie day one India box office. Margot Robbie led film springs. Like, it's all huge. 22.3 box office previews. This isn't even the premiere. It's not even available yet, and it's already earning 22.3 million in previews. So yeah, this is going to be the biggest movie of the year. Oppenheimer might beat it, but Barbie does have the broader family audience appeal. And families are going to be going to see Barbie by the looks of it. Like, so, yeah. I don't think this movie's going to go broke, guys. I think this guy might be talking some shit.
Barbie movie should be the subject of. So, what's the hallmark of a creatively successful Barbie movie? Well, in my book, it's one that tells little girls that in a free and open market, they can grow up to become anyone they want to be.
Wait, unironically, the point of Barbie is meant to teach women that in a free and open capitalist market, they can grow up to be whatever they want to be. I like the addition of free and open market, you know? Like the little like why is that needed to be in there? I guess like Barbie is a very materialistic and sort of consumerist product, to be fair, I suppose. But like I always figured the point of Barbie was supposed to be like, wow, blonde lady do everything. I don't know.
That is the brand of feminism that Barbie always embodied. Not that girls are inherently superior.
Let's fucking go. We got one of the four. We got one of the four horsemen. We got green jacket, glasses, beanie, screamy SJW. There's Big Red. Then you've got Triggerly Puff. And then you've got the red shirt, glasses, triggered lady. Do we think we'll get all four horsemen of the apocalypse in this one?
Not that boys need to be disadvantaged so that girls can prosper at the boys' expense, which is what later waves of feminism embodied. No, a Barbie movie that is true to its own roots should tell the girls in the audience that they can grow up to be anything they want to be, without telling the boys in the audience that they should be ashamed of themselves and do better.
Okay.
Alas, based on the early reviews, it is the latter and not the former.
Wait, hold on. He hasn't even seen the movie. He hasn't even seen the movie either. I mean, that's pretty in line for most of these, like, content creators, but he's made this video before it's even possible to have seen the movie, right? It came out today. This video's 16 hours old. Okay. All of the arguments he's trying to make about this movie, or all the statements he might make about the movie descriptively, can be true. But his entire premise is that go woke, go broke, this movie's going to suffer from the Bud Light effect. And it's not. Because these people are wrong. Wokeness does not destroy movies. Movies being bad destroys movies.
To be fair, the movie is being loved by the likes of Grace Randolph and Barbenheimer on Twitter, who has both pronouns and rainbow flag in her bio, and calls it the feminist.
Is this guy actually for real? Like, where? So the rainbow flag means they're gay, so I guess gay bad, okay. And the pronouns are she, her, so like, I guess you wouldn't date a girl with pronouns, because that'd be kind of gay, but like, I don't know. I feel like she, her pronouns are like the least gay pronouns, but I mean, it's up. Okay, you do you, bro. I mean, you wouldn't date a girl with pronouns. I get it.
movie of her dreams. This is a recurring theme in all of the positive reviews, that the movie is this feminist manifesto masterpiece. Bounding into Comics already did a great summary of the early mainstream reactions in their article titled Barbie Declared Master's Thesis on Feminism, and
For those that don't know, Bounding into Comics is like a very right-wing nerd media site. I from what I've heard, it's like very commonly what you'll see. Most geeks and gamers or quartering videos are literally just them reading an article from Bounding into Comics or Some Angry Gamer, which is a Nazi site where they shit on my favorite was when they would do so Some Angry Gamers got exposed as a Nazi website, and so that's not really used as much anymore. But the quartering used to love using articles from Some Angry Gamer, but everybody started to talk about the fact that Some Angry Gamer was also publishing quite a few articles about the evils of miscegenation and race mixing. So yeah, he had to stop using that site. Because, literally all quartering videos will be is just him reading, a Breitbart article about, a movie going woke. And they'll say, yeah, so, this is just more of the wokeness. So make sure to subscribe, guys. It's just that'll be the video. He doesn't even give commentary. I still love Medicare tearing quartering apart back in the day. Yeah, it's wild how even among the right, the quartering used to be quite the laughingstock back when the no bullshit brand of conservative content was falling off. But you have to understand, the no bullshit brand of content in 2014 to 2016 and 2017 was really popular with people who are now 20 to 24, I would say. 20 to 25, we'll say. But they're 20 to 25 now. Now there's a bunch of people who are the age those 20 to 25-year-olds were when they were watching No Bullshit, who are getting into the quartering and Mahler and, the Critical Drinker and stuff like that. Oh, I forgot to mention this as well in my Critical Drinker review, but he's, full-on, buddies with alt-writers, full-on Nazis. Critical Drinker did a Cope stream, response to that fantastic video I told you guys about with by Pillar of Garbage. And who did he have on as a guest other than ER, E:R, the anime review YouTuber who made multiple videos that were just JQ echo posting Steven Universe memes about gems with echoes around them, and did the little bit in his Death Note review about how if you had the Death Note, then let's say it would be impossible for a death to happen with the Death Note through means that are completely impossible. So you couldn't, for example, write that a woman would be hit by a car and killed by it in the middle of a crowd of people, because it's simply impossible. And then, in the meanwhile, he's showing footage of the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville when that neo-Nazi, who ended up being charged and is now in prison because this happened and it wasn't fake. ER's just pushing Nazi conspiracy theories, shows the footage of the car barreling through the crowd and then hitting the woman. And then he even adds on with and of course, if the way of death is not possible, as written in the Death Note, they will simply die of a heart attack. And then he shows a picture of Heather Heyer. And the Nazi conspiracy theory was that Heather Heyer was not murdered by a neo-Nazi who ran her over by a car, as seen on video and on photos and in her autopsy and everything. They tried to claim that she was just a fat SJW who died of a heart attack because she got spooked. That's pretty much the Nazi conspiracy theory, so that's what our boy ER also kind of gestures at there as well. And he's a good buddy of that sphere with Mahler and Critical Drinker and all that stuff. They genuinely are just grifting right-wing shitheads, but you're not. It's sort of an Emperor's New Clothes situation. You're not allowed to say what everybody else knows. Everybody knows they're right-wing. Everybody knows they're just making right-wing propaganda content very poorly disguised as such, meant to trigger the libs. But you're not allowed to say it.
Feminist Fantasia also features commentary on capitalism. Clearly, feminism is a theme here, but which brand of feminism?
Okay.
Here, I'd like to reference our...
What I find interesting is that feminism is literally just the idea of trying to achieve a society unaffected by the patriarchal standards that have affected men and women for centuries, right? So when you hear patriarchal standards, this sounds like men bad. Men made these things, so it must be bad. We're trying to destroy men. We're trying to undo things men have done. We're trying to hurt men or lower men. That's not what feminism is about. Feminism, like, academically speaking, which is what I care about, and is the more popular type of feminism, just sort of a more dumbed-down version of this academic perspective. Feminism is at its core an egalitarian movement and thought process centered around deconstructing societal structures that say that men should be a certain thing and women should be a certain thing as well. These hurt men and women both, but have hurt women historically far more. These are things such as, if you go back, women being seen as incapable of making rational decisions, incapable of taking care of themselves. So back in the day, women weren't allowed to vote. They weren't allowed to live on their own. They had to be married or live with their father. That's still a thing in several countries. But at the same time, there's a lot of standards for men that are kind of toxic and fucked up too. Let's think of some that are like a lot more applicable in modern day. For example, how many men in chat are adults and live with their parents and have felt some level of shame over that? For a lot of dudes, the idea that by 18 or 19 or 20 or something like that, you haven't moved out from your parents' house and got your own place and you aren't already capable of completely, financing your own life. A lot, like, our society pushes the idea that makes you a failure of a man. In fact, there's tons of videos online right now pushing that very idea, particularly by Zoomer conservatives who feel like they should have gotten further in life already. But the truth is, it is practically impossible right now to live on your own as a Zoomer. You got to be like a little tech bro millionaire or a very successful YouTuber or like just coming from money to be able to move out from your parents' house and be able to live in your own place and completely live on your own or have a lot of roommates, It's just not practical. It's becoming less and less practical by the day. And our society is shaming men for taking the smart decision and, where it's possible, living with their parents. And it's fucked up. Obviously, I don't have the best relationship with my mom, so I don't particularly want to live with her, so that's why I live on my own. But, like, if I had a good relationship with my mom and I could stand it, I would be living with her right now, saving my money. Like that. I would not let that societal, idea that I should live on my own by 23. I wouldn't let it affect my life in such a negative way because I want to please some amorphous blob of society, right?
Our earlier video, where we made the point that feminism is a tremendously misleading term as its meaning has changed multiple times. Yet everyone believes that.
So what he actually means by this is that for years now, the right has been demonizing feminism and strawmanning it, and so now there's the actual definition of feminism, and then there is what the right says feminism is, and now he's going to teach us what the right says feminism is. So yeah.
That their preferred definition and their usage of it is the correct one. The history of feminism can best be recapped in this graphic, with the traditional meaning of feminism, the one...
Okay. First wave feminism. We want to be equal to men. Alright. Second wave feminism. This is Brie Larson's type of feminism. We don't need men. Third wave feminism. This is, I guess, I don't know who this is, actually. We are men. And then fourth wave feminism is trans women saying, we are women. So I guess the final stage is not being transphobic. That's the final stage of feminism.
About equality of opportunity, which was
I'm 14 and this is
Barbie,
deep.
being somewhere in between the first and the second wave, because towards the end of the second wave, hatred of men started entering feminism for real. The third wave is all
I like how this guy's citations are memes.
About misandry and advantaging girls at the expense of boys, while the fourth wave is all about neo-Marxism, upending traditional gender roles and ending
Okay, so anytime these people talk about post-Marxism, postmodern Marxism, neo-Marxism, any stuff like that, they mean Jews. For those that are not aware, Nazis for a very long time have used postmodern neo-Marxism to refer to Jews. For example, the term cultural Marxism refers to a far-right anti-Semitic conspiracy theory which misrepresents the Frankfurt School as being responsible for modern progressive movements, identity politics, and political correctness. The conspiracy theory posits that there is an ongoing and intentional academic and intellectual effort to subvert Western society via a planned culture war that undermines the Christian values of traditionalist conservatism and seeks to replace them with culturally liberal values. Although similarities with the Nazi propaganda term cultural Bolshevism have been noted, the contemporary conspiracy theory originated in the United States during the 1990s. Originally found only on the far-right political fringe, the term began to enter mainstream discourse in the early 2010s and is now found globally. The conspiracy theory of Marxist culture war is promoted by right-wing politicians, fundamentalist religious leaders, political commentators in mainstream print and television media, and white supremacist terrorists as well. And then Wikipedia has a citation there to several white supremacist terrorists who have cited this exact phrase this guy said for why they did their terrorism, and has been described as a foundational element of the alt-right worldview. And of course, this is cited as well. Scholarly analysis of the conspiracy theory has conducted that it has no basis in fact. Thank you, Wikipedia. I appreciate it. So yeah, this guy's Nazi dog whistling, whether he knows it or not.
So-called heteronormativity. Proponents of the traditional understanding of feminism considers these newer waves to be toxic.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
While proponents of these newer waves considers the traditional...
Man, in 2023, huh? In 2023, huh? Hey guys, did you guys know that Noah Samson fans are still, like, brigading my video? Commenting Squid Gang, that video I made about how, a new alt-right wave is coming to the internet? They're still brigading it. That's the same video Noah Samson took down for a month after he got called out for how many lies it was filled with, and then put back up on YouTube a month later when everyone forgot about it. His fans still comment on that video, Squid Gang, because there's such a massive market for, like, anti-debate bro hate videos that they'll literally go to a video from pre the rise of Andrew Tate in the state that we're in now and hate comment on a video that's predicting this current era of politics. Wish Hassan wouldn't platform Noah. Oh no, we're doing a full Hassan takedown. Don't worry. Hassan's not a good political figure. I do not like Hassan. He's continuously platformed literally several people who've made hit pieces on, like, the debate bro sphere. And he has Keffels banned from his community. Vosh is banned from his community. I'm pretty sure I would be banned from his community if I was bigger. Like, dude. Oh, I also think Demon Mom is banned from his community. So it's just like, yeah, like Hassan is in that crowd. He is part of that crowd. He is an ally to them. What? You guys shouldn't be surprised about this. You guys really shouldn't be. Why do you think Hassan's never collabed with Vosh? Or Keffels? Why do you think these, like, massive YouTube lefty figures but that aren't... Other than, like, why do you think he only collabs with the video essayists that hate the debate bro sphere? Like, it's not a coincidence.
as problematic, and everyone not sufficiently radical even among their own ranks as TERFs. I mean, just look at Jamila Jamil of She-Hulk fame, who had spent years cultivating a fanbase among this crowd, only to recently lose most of them after being branded a TERF, when she had the goal to suggest that maybe, just maybe, there should be some restrictions on exactly who can compete in women's sports. Long story short.
Yeah, it's almost like being transphobic isn't popular. It's very interesting to watch these people try to claim simultaneously that their worldview is the more popular one, and things that don't align with what they believe, like the right wing, believe will fail economically. They'll get Bud Light affected. But then also your career can be destroyed by people boycotting you if you're transphobic. Oh yeah, we got the second horseman. We got Big Red. I didn't even notice we got Big Red. I promise you.
Feminism can be...
I swear to God, I don't pre-watch these things, okay? I swear to God, I did not pre-watch. This guy, I could just tell from the first few sentences of this video, this guy's brain is in 2016. I knew what to expect. We got Anita Sarkeesian. We got fucking Big Red.
Summed up as hatred of men, hatred of traditional womanhood.
We gotta get Triggly Puff and Glasses red shirt, short blonde hair, not actually triggered in real life, but they tell you that she was SJW, right? We gotta get that one too.
And hatred of what modern-day feminists understand capitalism to be. And based on these early reviews, this is the brand of feminism.
Why, like the debate brosphere, unmoderated free-for-alls are ugly? Holy shit. We've got Hassan fans over in Twitch chat. Shit-talking Keffels and saying the debate sphere is unmoderated free-for-alls? What? If this is... If what it costs to be, like, the biggest lefty figure online is having an audience mostly consisting of the dumbest people you will ever see online, I don't want it. I genuinely don't want it. I'm completely fine, like, filtering the stupidness out of my audience at the expense of my success, if it means I don't end up being a slave to an audience of absolute retards like Hassan has. I genuinely it's insane.
In the forefront of this iteration of Barbie. Michelle Adams tweeted, "The producers of the new Barbie movie had the opportunity to make a wonderful retro film with a nod to all those beautiful 1959 to 1965
I wanted to think of a more creative word than retard, but I couldn't think of one.
fashions, but instead had to go woke and ruin yet another childhood memory. Do better, Barbie." Moving on to people I know and whose opinion I trust, and who had reported their thoughts at the time of making this video. Lorena Criol wrote, "Congratulations, Mattel. You just crapped on OG Barbie fans the way Disney did to Star Wars fans."
I like how LGBT flag in the bio is bad, but American flag and then a bunch of other flags, no problem with that. That's not like bizarre, no personality, whatever thing they describe people who have pride flags in their bio on Twitter as. But this is fine. But if you have a pride flag in your bio, then you're obsessed. You know, your entire personality is about being gay, apparently.
And as a fan of both, I am angry at this Barbie movie.
Good.
She followed that up
Cry.
with, "The Barbie movie is a hot, feminist, man-shaming mess and disrespectful to motherhood." In his review...
Wait, okay, so she makes an angry tweet about the movie and then links her video ranting about the movie. Okay.
"My good friend Cultured Casino made it clear the movie has some visually cool and fun stuff in it, but..."
It also is, well, 100% a feminist messaging film. And it's not...
I love how every time these guys are like the most stereotypical, like, comic book shop owner from The Simpsons, like, stereotypes. They're always neckbeards in basements or with green screen backgrounds to hide the basements they're in. With glasses every time, usually wearing a cap to hide their balding heads. Unkempt, dirty-ass fucking beards and hair, just ranting about feminism and women and brown people and gay people and stuff.
The good kind of feminism, you know, like everybody's equal.
Meanwhile, the Gateway Pundit warned parents that Barbie is woke.
Is there still this, like, small, low-budget, like, sub 100,000 subscriber community of content creators online making 2016 era anti-SJW videos still? Like, literally, like, trying to do the whole, like, classical liberal, I'm in favor of the actual equality feminism, not that feminism where they hate men. Oh my god, we really are back. I was more correct than I even knew back in, like, 2020 when I predicted this.
Propaganda, doll-smashing, woman-bashing, anti-mother stuff aimed at little girls. And there are more and more reactions like that coming in during the making of this video. Alas, looking at what director Greta Gerwig stands for as a filmmaker, this should come as little surprise. As a filmmaker, I will grant Greta Gerwig that she knows how to shoot and how to edit a narrative, but that is all the credit I will give her. She is...
So basically, the movie is good. but it's woke. That's what he has to see, is that everybody is saying that. So she's clear, like, basically the movies she makes are good, always do well or something, but they're woke. That's the only thing he can use as an argument. That's what I'm picking up here. I used to watch a lot of this type of content, and then I realized how stupid it was, so I'm very good at picking up when these people just want to say a bunch of fluff that has no substance to it, but they still want to give the audience the feeling that a compelling argument was made.
Born and raised in California, and the only other place she appears to have spent any significant amount of time is New York. She says that as a storyteller, she draws inspiration from her own life, but having lived the life of an artiste exclusively among the coastal elites, I cannot see.
These people unironically see New York and California as, like, actually... Like, they actually think it's bad. Like, they aren't joking. They actually see, like, the coastal... Yeah, coastal elites also oftentimes refers to, like, the Jews as well. This guy's probably a Nazi.
See how she has any real life.
My favorite thing as well is there'll probably be a lot of comments in this video from this guy's fans and other conservatives saying, Zan just calls anyone who disagrees with him a Nazi. And it's like, dog, I just read the origin of the conspiracy theory he just cited coming from Nazis.
Experience to draw from. Worse yet, being a dweller of those particular bubbles, she might not even have any real understanding about human nature or the human experience, as she comes from and resides in an echo chamber where ideology is reality. It is my opinion that in being a...
Holy shit, the irony from somebody who is a conservative, the party that is in 2 years embraced and made the line you must toe anti-vax conspiracy. Remember when being, like, anti-vax was just like a meme? Like, it was like a meme for niche Facebook boomers. Now it is the line you must toe as a conservative or be ostracized and lose your political career. Ah, yes. It is the left who decides ideology is reality. Not the right, who says that all of the scientific institutions that back up that trans identity is valid must be corrupted by the woke influence, because that's why all of the science disagrees with them, and not because the science disagrees with them.
Bubble dweller that knows little to nothing of the real world. Greta Gerwig is in no position to lecture anyone about anything. Alas, the recurring theme in her work as a film...
There's this very... speaking of recurring themes, there's a recurring theme in a lot of these, like the Critical Drinker, Mahler, guy's types of videos, where they claim that a director making a movie in which there are progressive themes is them scolding and lecturing the audience when they are actively making a video in which they are giving a lecture about why wokeness is bad. The funny thing about so many of these grifters' videos is that so much of their rhetoric consists of just accusing what they don't like of doing what they do for a living. And it's painfully ironic if you see it. And it is unbearably cringe to watch people defend it that clearly don't see it.
Filmmaker is just that, lecturing audiences about gender ideology. In light of these reviews, it would appear that with Barbie...
That is what you are doing right now, lecturing your audience about gender ideology.
She did what she always does, and told a divisive and exclusionary propagandistic tale about current year gender ideology.
I like the spooky editing music, by the way, like the soft piano, The West is Falling.
Thanks to an excellent marketing campaign, there is a lot of hype for this movie, so it's going to open big regardless. But I do believe many will be disappointed and put off by the messaging, which will certainly...
So basically what he's saying is, the movie's going to do very well because of course it is. I can't claim it won't, but there'll be some amount of people online who don't like it. Okay.
...affect its staying power. The question is, how badly? How bad will the word of mouth be? Mattel probably weren't worried at all, up until a few months ago when the Bud Light effect hit. Now, however, with He-Man looking for a new buyer after Netflix pulled out and everything, I expect they will be going into the weekend with some level of trepidation. And they have every reason to. While this video...
I wonder how the right is going to continue, because, like, the inevitability of acceptance of minorities is just kind of like an ongoing thing, right? It is inevitable in this country. Trans people will be accepted. Gay people will be accepted. They will have rights. They will be seen as normal and accepted by too much of society for it to matter that anybody doesn't accept them. The issue is the right, in order to maintain any level of viability going forward, has to pretend that they're okay with minorities. You'll think back to 2016 when Donald Trump had to pretend like he was pro-gay and pro-trans because at the time, the minority to hate were Muslims, like Arabic people from Muslim-majority countries. Like, it was to shit on Arabic people. Like, that was the majority. Like, they wanted to specifically be racist and xenophobic to people from the Middle East. And particularly from, like, that era of the area of the world, right? He literally, like, Donald Trump literally put bans on travel on those particular countries that were overwhelmingly agreed upon to be, like, specifically targeting mostly Muslim majority nations, but it was to target the brown Muslims, okay? That's what they care about, okay? Like, let's be real. The Trump and the right-wingers don't care about, like, Andrew Tate-style Muslims, okay? They don't even care about it being Islam. The right, like, conservatism and Islam work together hand in hand, as we should all be very aware of right now. It isn't Islam, and it isn't the beliefs or anything like that they have a problem with. It's that part of the country and Muslims from that part of the country, or that part of the world, sorry, tend to be brown. And so Donald Trump, under the pretense of trying to prevent Islamic extremist terrorism, tried to implement a ban on travel from a bunch of those of countries from that part of the world that was very blatantly racist, right? But at the time, Donald Trump wanted to make it seem like he was super pro-gay and super pro-trans, and he was doing this to protect gay and trans people from Islamic terrorism. That was the perspective that he was trying to take. That was what he was trying to do. But nowadays, and Donald Trump has jumped on this train too, fuck the gay people and the trans people as far as the conservatives are concerned, and they don't even talk about Muslims anymore. They don't even talk about brown people coming from Muslim countries as much anymore. It's all about, if anything, Mexican immigration, like immigration from the like south of the Mexican border, and mostly it's fear-mongering about gay people. Like, they're on a cycle of having to, like, fearmonger about a new thing under a new pretense while pretending like they support a minority group that you now have to support, right? And so what I'm curious about is, in 5 to 10 years, when, like, you can't have a political career and be openly anti-trans anymore, how is this whole, like, perspective of, yeah, Bud Light, we canceled Bud Light for being pro-trans, how is that going to roll with a lot of these people? Like, how is insert Republican politician in 5 years going to make it seem like they're pro-trans when 5 years ago they were advocating for boycotting Bud Light because they platformed a trans person? I'm sure they'll find a way. I'm just curious to know how they're going to dishonestly pivot off of this thing they don't actually care about into a new thing they don't actually care about.
Was being edited. I actually went to see the movie for myself and had time to throw in my own thoughts at the end here.
Oh,
a full
okay.
review and breakdown will be forthcoming, but I will say that as I was watching the movie, I was watching in stunned silence, and by the end of it, I was in shock. All the negative...
I am thrilled this guy sat in the movie theater, writhing in silent rage. I could not be more thrilled to hear that.
reactions covered in this video are on the money, and if anything, mild. Greta Gerwig's Barbie looks fine at the surface level, but message-wise, this is one of the most insidious, vile, and dare I say it, evil pieces of propaganda I have ever seen.
Wow. Insidious, vile, and evil piece of propaganda. Remember, guys, the left are triggered, okay? The lefties are the triggered ones. Remember, always remember, it's the left that are triggered. When the right gets mad, it's righteous anger. When the left gets mad, it's triggered. And you should laugh at them and never listen to any of their arguments, and certainly don't look at any of the sources they cite. You might see too many .edus and fucking orgs and shit, like too many actual reputable sources backing up their claims, and realize everything that the right's been shilling to you is bullshit. You gotta make sure you don't take anything the left says seriously, and you only see them as a straw man.
seen in my life. This is what I would call a breakup movie, because it seems aimed at making couples break up, in addition to dissuading young girls from ever finding partners, let alone having children. This movie disgusted me in a way I don't think I've ever been disgusted by a movie before.
Yes, he's very disgusted by the concept of young girls being dissuaded from having children and finding partners. I can imagine why he would be upset about that.
Watch Paul Feig's Ghostbusters 1,000 times over on repeat before
This guy has not recovered from 2016. This guy is like trying to create a little like copium island for himself. Back in 2016. Oh my god. Hold on, I need to check and make sure this video was released 17 hours ago. Yeah. This video came out 17 hours ago, not 6 years ago. Just had to make sure, you know?
rewatching this even once. No one should watch this movie, least of all children, and especially not little girls. The propaganda.
Oh my god, he could not have found a better way to end this video. I'm gonna max out the volume here. I'm gonna slow him down. I'm gonna let you guys just take in his final thesis.
Break up, in addition to dissuading young girls from ever finding partners, let alone having children. This movie disgusted me in a way I don't think I've ever been disgusted by a movie before. I'd watch Paul Feig's Ghostbusters 1,000 times over on repeat before rewatching this even once. No one should watch this movie, least of all children, and especially not little girls.
God, it's so good.
The propagandist Greta Gerwig belongs in movie jail, and Mattel.
This has to be a meme. There's no way this isn't a meme. I know this isn't a meme, but this feels like it's a lefty making a troll channel. It feels like a lefty making a troll channel. This guy doesn't know how to keep the mask on and play it cool, like the rest of the grifters in the sphere tend to do.
Shareholders should fire the entire board and CEO Elon Kreis for allowing this to have happened.
My God.
If the Bud Light effect should happen to affect Mattel and Barbie, they deserve it. I will have more to say in a later full review, but for now, cancel whatever plans you had of seeing this, and let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I like how he outright tells you not to see the movie, and to instead take his word for it, and to build your opinion based on what he tells you to. It's quite literally like he doesn't have the wherewithal to not outright say what Mahler, Critical Drinker, The Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, Cinema Sins, and the other figures that make content like this just don't have the actual wherewithal not to say. There's actually a really good meme that I think personifies this. I saw this meme on Twitter once. And I think it every time. Here, I've got a post and then a meme that comes along with it. This is a real unironic post from r/truefilm. Why can't I form an opinion? I am not sure if this is only me, but I feel like I never have an opinion on a movie besides... I am not sure if this is only me, but I feel like I never have an opinion on movies besides it was alright unless I see a review. I don't know why/how to fix this, but it's really just bothering me because I want to feel something, but I don't. Honestly, it's hard for me to think of top 10 movies because all of them blend together as just something okay. I can't find any help online, and it's annoying me. Any help is appreciated. A lot of people are like this, and then they go to YouTubers that just, like, give them an opinion to have so they feel like they have something to add to a conversation, even if it's just contrarian negativity about a popular thing. And that's why I literally have this meme pop into my mind so fucking often when I see people talk about a new piece of media. That's a cute opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you? It fits. This meme lives rent-free in my head. Every single time I see a comment from, like, a certain type of person making a certain type of comment about a certain show or movie or anything like that. It really is. It's just, it lives in my head rent-free. That was phenomenal. That was truly phenomenal. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I feel like you guys were definitely enjoying it, considering we now have 500 people watching right now. Hot damn, thank you guys. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream and you want to support me, consider dropping a like. That thumbs up button over on YouTube really does help out a lot. Like, seriously, please hit the like button. It really does help out a lot, and I appreciate it. And you guys really mean the world to me, especially when you hit the like button. Seriously, hit the fucking like button already. Thank you. Hey, Parallax, what's up? Good early morning. For me, it's 1 p.m., but yeah. I honestly hope that I can get to doing like 10 a.m. streams from here on out, because if I can move my streams up to 10 a.m. PST, get my stream done by like 2 p.m., I've got the whole day left over to just vibe. And because I get so fucking tired, I go to bed at like 10 p.m., 9 p.m. these days, it's really nice to get stream done early, because otherwise, like, I end stream and I'm going to bed a few hours later because I'm just too tired to stay up. Okay. My entire life, adults lied to me. My ex-girlfriend, Lonnie, lied to me about this, okay? I was told by every big grown-up adult in my life that one day, or not that like, I wouldn't just one day have my circadian rhythm fix itself. That I would actively have to work and fight with diligence and discipline to fall asleep when I feel to feel tired, or to fall asleep when I don't feel tired, because I don't feel tired at night, right? And to be able to wake up early. Like, I was told that was just a thing that I would have to diligently, disciplinedly work towards. Nope. Nope, not at all. I actively have to fight to stay awake past 8 p.m. It just happened one day. I just actively have to fight to stay awake past 8 p.m., and I wake up every morning at 6 a.m. now. All on my own. I couldn't go back to sleep if I wanted to. It just happened. It just happened all on its own. It all just happened on its own. Now I sleep just fine. Like, I genuinely feel so lied to that my entire, like, childhood, I had adults telling me, go to bed, you gotta fix your sleep schedule or you'll never get good at it before you're an adult and you'll never be able to work a proper work schedule or whatever. And all this time, by the age of 23, it just fixes itself. Xana's around 24, right? I turned 24 in 6 days. My birthday is on the 27th. Pretty crazy. You guys, as an early birthday present, should consider dropping a like on the stream. I wish I could fix my sleep schedule. Unless you have insomnia, Parallax, I'm assuming you're a younger person like I am, you'll probably just one day start getting tired at night and waking up early in the morning. Enjoy your ability to pull all-nighters effortlessly while you can, because I don't have that ability anymore. Now I have to really fight to stay up all night with energy drinks and shit, when before I could just stay up all night on accident because I got too addicted to a game and I just stayed up all night on accident, you know? But yeah, if you also want to support the stream by going the extra mile, you can also do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub to another lovely chatter on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. By the way, Patreon is about to take off. I'm going to keep it a surprise for now. I won't keep it a surprise because I want you guys to know what you'd be paying for if you want to get access to that content. I'm going to be doing some Minecraft content that's literally just pre-recorded, me and my friends playing Minecraft together on a private server, just traditional old-school Let's Play vibe, as just sort of a passion project for the Patreon, so that those of you guys who support me there have something extra to watch and enjoy from me. I assume if you like me enough to support me on Patreon, you probably like me enough that you would probably enjoy content like that. So that's going to be coming out, well, tonight is when I'll be filming the first part of it. So yeah, get hyped for that. They'll be unlisted on my channel, And so you'll have to access them through Patreon, but yeah, they're pretty cool. When is the podcast with Demon Mama? That's going to be starting in the next few weeks for sure, because we're now in Seattle and everything. It's just I need to get, like, a proper camera. Like, I actually want to spend, like, up to $1,000 on, like, a proper real camera and the stuff I need for it to get it working with my streaming setup so that I can get a nice wide-angle, high-quality thing for the podcast. Because we're going to do the first episode in person. It better. I've been waiting years. I know, it's been years in the making, but it's going to happen. Don't you guys worry. All the art is made for it and everything. Pufflecakes, thank you for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. That really helps out a lot. Thank you so much. Gifted to Fish Sneeze, Moonbase, Stanshare, and Gumdrop Cat. I hope you guys all appreciate that. Thank you for the $20. Listening from Hawaii today. Hope y'all are have been well. Hug spin. I am so jealous of you. 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 Thank you for the $20, Pufflecakes. I am so jealous of you. Full Metal Socialist, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate the $5. Very kind of you. Said, I'm excited to see how much your channel has grown. I usually lurk, but chat's really bopping now. Keep up the good work. We have been growing quite a bit lately, and that's all thanks to you guys and your overwhelming support. Remember, every one of you guys, when you support me, it counts. It really does help. Like, every single individual one of you, like, it does help. So yeah, thank you guys. Really quick, I'm going to take a fast bathroom break, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to do another segment. Hide your dogs. Hide your goddamn dogs, chat. No dog posting when I'm here. Welcome back. I'm here. We're ready to go. Xan should add way more combo. Should add a way to combo emotes. That would be fun. But you can combo emotes. Emotes can be comboed. We just have a very unorganized chat. Like, the reason why, for example, like, Vosh's chat can do big combos is because there's so many people who all, like-mindedly know what emote is most appropriate to post in reaction to a thing happening, that, like, it works so that some random asshole typing, like, lol doesn't break the combo before it can get pretty high. But, our chat is a little bit more chaotic. It's smaller, and that tends to make combos harder. But as we grow, the combos will become more common. If you want to see more combos, leave a like on the stream. You know, subscribe, ring the bell icon, support the content. Supporting the channel is the best way to grow the channel and see the channel see more success. And the more success I see, the more I'm going to reinvest in the channel, and the higher quality the content's going to be. And once that cycle really starts to get rolling, then there's really no stop to it. VGG's done some high combos. DGG is the king of the combos, though. DGG is where you see the big, like, 80 emote combos like, you know, artificially, or not artificially, organically occurring, because they all know exactly what emote is the most appropriate for a minute, or for a particular moment, right? See, a few of you in chat know to type Pepe La D when Destiny's mentioned, but that's only 2 people. We've got too many free thinkers in here. DM had like 114 combo once? That's crazy. DM's community is really effective for its size? Oh yeah, very much so. If I had the funds, would I do a show like the H3 podcast? Yeah. Yeah, if I had the funds, absolutely. Like, that's the ideal podcast to be able to do, is like have all your friends appear in real life at a table. You got some snacks, some drinks and stuff, and you're just sitting back, and you've got like the projector screen for looking at a video that like, yeah, like all being on one screen and everything would be ideal. Yeah. I mean, I'd prefer it to be more like the format of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, but more wide. Actually, not even Joe Rogan's podcast in format, more like the Creature Talk podcast. Let me show you how they did that. I really like how they did it, camera-wise. YouTube, do you want to load anything? Yeah, I think Fresh and Fit also has a similar layout. Well, this is their much cheaper, lower budget version they had for a while, because they had so many people on for this Halloween special. I think this is the Halloween special. But I kind of like this. I kind of like the vibe of everybody at the table. All on camera. You know, have a screen that everybody can turn to whenever it's time to like look at an image or a video. I feel like that would go hard. In a nice little well-decorated studio. James looks so young there. Yeah, he does. But yeah. That background is pretty trash, though. They're in an office building. They had rented an entire floor of an office building. And so that was, behind them was like the sort of like foggy glass that you get for those like interview rooms where the walls are all glass. That was what the background was. It was just poorly lit. That was the big problem there. The lighting was terrible. But yeah, you guys can help me afford good lighting by donating and liking and all those good things. Thank you guys. I love you all. You are awesome. You are based. You are cool. Speaking of cool chatters, do you guys like Minecraft? Do you guys in chat like Minecraft? Well, I am going to be starting a Minecraft server, a modded Minecraft server that is open to fans to join. As long as you have gifted a sub, donated, or have been gifted a sub before on my website, or have donated or have been a member on YouTube, or have subbed or donated or whatever through, or Prime sub through Twitch. I will also be bringing in some YouTubers and other streamers on top of that. It'll basically be like the 12 Days of Christmas server that I did, only this one, thematically, and as far as the mods will be playing, is going to be much different. Oh god, my nose won't stop itching. And on top of that, we're going to be doing it for 14 days instead of 12 days. Like the 12 Days of Christmas thing. It's going to be a 2-week thing. Because the theme of this is going to be vacation. Mods, you'll see. The theme of this server is going to be vacation. Yeah, it'll be Java Edition. Summer Tropical Vacation is the theme of this server. I'm booting up the game right now, and I'm going to show off the single-player world I've been playing as a playtest for the mod pack. And the goal is going to be to build a tropical beach resort city in the Tropicraft realm in Minecraft on this server. And on day 14, I am going to do a Visa gift card giveaway just as we did for the Christmas one, to the winner of the build contest. Because we'll be hosting a build contest just like last year. And it'll be a $100 Visa gift card for whoever wins. So I'd say that's a pretty good deal. It's a pretty good deal, especially if you got gifted a sub for free and you can get on the server and build something cool and win a $100 Visa gift card. That's a good deal, I would say. Personally, I think that's a pretty damn good deal. But allow me to show you some gameplay of what this server is going to look like, or what this mod pack looks like. Mind you, this is my alpha version I put together. There's still a bit of tweaking being done as we speak by Hash. That's getting all of the mods working properly together. So the final product's going to look even better than what you're seeing now. But okay, allow me to show you. Go set the time today. Got my banner. That's actually it's a towel, but it's a white banner. It's technically a white banner, but it's a towel. Whenever I get out of the water, I go for a nice swim. Whenever I get out of the water, I come up and I dry off on the towel. It's very nice. We love the towel. Same physics work on my cape as well. If you've got a cape like the Migrator cape, for example, then you'll have dope-ass physics. This, of course, works for other players, too. So you'll see other players' capes behaving this way. The water, of course. The boat's actually moving around on the water. These are real waves. And the waves are actually like a legit thing. There you got the leaves falling. All sorts of new mobs from Alex's Mobs and Tropicraft. This is the concept design I put together for the type of thing you could build. We got Rigby and Mordecai here from Alex's Mobs. Got some masks on the wall from the Ashen. Few shells, bamboo walls, mahogany border for the floor, palm plank floors, thatch roof, some bamboo glass doors, bamboo hatch door windows. Nice effect I think I've got going on there. Got my nice little bamboo privacy fence I made to keep all the animals over here away, because a lot of animals spawn in this little area. Got a turtle, some hummingbirds. What is that? Oh, a lizard. 2 basilisk lizards. Oh, those are the ones that run on the surface of the water super fast. That's so cool. Got a hermit crab, or fiddler crabs, 2 fiddler crabs. And if I head into the woods, it's not supposed to do that. That's a bug. Normally it just does this. I like how the first bit of vines I show you with the physics mod are some vines that are bugged out. But the vines are affected by the wind, as are, of course, the grass, if you look close enough. It's pretty cool, and that disappears after a minute. That's a Komodo dragon. These will kill you instantly. Don't fuck with these. They will just kill you. You can't win. You can't win against them. Tree frogs. We got a lot of wildlife making all sorts of noise. Whole lot of life in the jungles. Hummingbird over here. Lots of monkeys. There should be some gorillas around. Stuff spawning in slowly, but there should be some gorillas around here if I look hard enough. They're a little rarer. More monkeys. Some iguanae from Tropicraft. I don't know, just overall, the vibes are very on point with this mod pack. The mobs are very on point. The vibes are very on point with this mod pack. Another thing that I've added. Chat, watch this. When you're going through the thick brush, it's actually going to get pushed aside by you walking through it. That's right, chat. This mod pack is legit. This mod pack is freaking legit, okay? I want as many of you as possible to be joining this. I'm probably going to be working on the server, the Discord server, for you guys to join, to learn how to join the server, the Minecraft server, like tomorrow. So, like, this is going to be starting up literally before my birthday, like in less than a week. This is going to be starting in less than a week, so be ready. I will, of course, be heavily advertising it over the next few days. I'll be heavily advertising the Discord, all of that stuff. Ooh, this is a nice little area. Here's a good show of the Tropics Plains biome and little Tropics River. You got, like, a general plains biome in the Tropics that you could build in as well. I don't even know what this is. What is this? It's purified sand. Matted fern seagrass. Interesting. We got a Tropic Creeper. I don't know, man. Oh, yeah, and of course, since this is in 1.19, we are very much rocking the Caves and Cliffs update. So you're going to be seeing, we got the deep world and the big caves and everything. So definitely. Oh my god, look at all the monkeys. Definitely get excited. We got one of the Easter Island heads here. If you're a Tropicraft fan, you know what those are for. I'm very excited for this. I'm very excited for this. Sadly, a lot of the mods that were necessary for this weren't uploaded or updated to 1.20. So this wasn't doable in 1.20, sadly. But it's still going to be pretty damn good. We're literally one version behind on this mod pack. I'd say that's pretty... We're pretty much fine. And the water, I think, really brings it all together, you know? Like, having this water here on top of it, I wish my laptop could run Minecraft. Most of you will be able to run this. Like, right now I'm getting 150 FPS, but, this is just the alpha. Hash is currently optimizing the mod pack to run even better, and it'll run better server when you're running, like, playing on a server, because the server is, like, handling chunk generation. So, this should run pretty well. I am probably going to be able to get Keffels in this as well. So yeah, I'm going to try to get Keffels in here too. There'll be quite a few other YouTubers joining the server. So it's just overall going to be a pretty damn fun time. We're going to build a giant tropical, you know, sort of city. We got a lime tree here. If you break these... I don't think it dropped any because I hit it with creative mode. Oh no, they did. You get limes from breaking lime trees. So yeah, and I just used Vein Miner. We do have Vein Miner on here, so just know, with Vein Miner, I'm obviously in creative, so I can just do this, but with Vein Miner, you'll be able to hold the tilde key and break all of the blocks connected of the same type, but it uses up hunger, so it's limited. Hunger and durability, so... It's not broken or anything. It just speeds up harvesting trees and mining veins of ores. Yeah. You can make drinks and stuff, right? Let me show you guys what kind of drinks you can make. So if I go to Tropicraft, you can make black coffee, coconut water, orangeade, lemonade, cocktail, Mai Tai, Caipirana, pina coladas, and limeade. And then if we go over to the winery mod... You can make, because there's tons of different grapes and stuff you'll be able to grow. With the winery mod, you can make apple juice, red grape juice, white grape juice, red Savannah grape juice, white Savannah grape juice, red taiga grape juice, white taiga grape juice, red jungle grape juice, white jungle grape juice, stall wine, kelp cider, strad wine, magnetic wine, chorus wine, aegis wine, solaris wine, noir wine, bolvar wine, Miss Lithis wine, Chanette wine, Praetorian wine, red wine, apple wine, cider, jelly wine, Clark wine, cherry wine, Meloy wine, Joe's Special Mixture wine, Cristel wine, Sunkissed wine, a bottle of Creeper's Crush wine. Yeah, it goes on. And then, of course, we've also got Farmer's Delight. If I do at Farmer's Delight. I'm pretty certain this has drinks too. Yeah, we've got a few teas and stuff you can make, so you can make teas as well. Hot cocoa, apple cider, melon juice, milk bottle. There's a lot of cooking too, so you can full on run a restaurant and a bar and everything. No doubt lots of people are going to be making tiki bars. So if you want to make like a cool tropical themed restaurant with the seafood and the aquaculture mod and stuff, because we've also got at... Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh, it's typing in there. I hate that. I actually hate it. Yeah, so with the aquaculture mod, holy shit, you get Neptunium? That's crazy. And you get all sorts of different fish. And that, you can make cooked fish fillets and turtle soup and messages in a bottle, treasure chest, algae. There's sushi, different hooks, turtles, jellyfish. So yeah, you'll be able to make different fishing rods and stuff like that. It's going to be pretty cool. Like, for example, if I just search... There's a lot of different fish. Can I, like, search food? I don't know. It's hard to search because there's so many mods. But yeah. It's going to be pretty damn good. And if I set it to /weather... rain... It doesn't work in the tropics, the commands. It's weird. But if it did work, you'd be able to see that, like, the wind would pick up, and it would be blowing the grass even more. The rain looks even better, but yeah, it's just... It's super cool. It's super duper cool. I am really, really excited for what's to come. We, of course, have swing through grass as well, so you won't break grass with your sword. And you'll be able to hit mobs through it. Very nice. Are all biomes tropical in this? You'll always spawn in the tropical realm. There'll be a set spawn point in the tropics realm, and we're not going to allow any travel to the overworld. That's the thing. It's actually going to lighten server load a lot. Oh, here we go. I'm glad I was able to show this off to you guys. But here's another feature of the Tropicraft mod. Very rarely spawning volcanoes. These erupt, too. Like, they full-on spew lava for, like, several chunks around. Like, probably up to roughly where that sand is, it'll spew lava out. It's very rare, though. It's, like, once every in-game month or something. And the lava goes away. It doesn't, like, burn down and everything and all that. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. But what these will mostly be used for is harvesting the material that they're made of. Chunko head, which is basically basalt. Because this material is really, really nice looking for, like, a lot of things in the tropics. A lot of people make pools out of them. Like, I think this material looks really nice as, like, the, like, lining for a pool, for example. So there's a lot of ideas you could come up with this. But yeah. Super hype, super excited. Get excited. I hope to see you all joining, because it's going to be awesome. Taterly, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Said, hell yeah, Minecraft. Also, hello to Chat and Zan from his home hellscape of Florida. Thank you kindly. I appreciate it. And fellow Floridian, based. T. Unafish, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate the $5 as well. Welcome to having a blue name. You didn't even say anything, but thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. All right.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. We got it. This one was hard to find. Hell yeah. I can't do Twitter clips. Come on. I'm rate limited on Twitter because my ban. Alright, let's see if Destiny's subreddit ends up coming in clutch here. Looks like it is. What can I say? Destiny's subreddit coming in clutch with the clips. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. The time has finally come. The long-awaited and long-promised Xanderhal shits on Hassan video. And it's very deserved on Hassan's part, too. So, recently, and by recently I mean like this was uploaded 20 hours ago, Hassan Piker, the biggest leftist figure on all of the internet, had Marianne Williamson, a, I would say presidential candidate, but let's be real, like, she's like, but not really. I'll explain. Had Marianne Williamson on his show, and apparently debated her. Now, I have no doubt there'll be plenty I'll have to say about Hassan, negative in this video. And I have no doubt I'll have plenty of positive things to say about Hassan in this video, but my overarching opinion of Hassan is pretty negative. And I'm going to give you the very simple reasons why. I think that Hassan has a tendency to allow very, very toxic aspects of the left to fester within his community. What I mean by that are tankies. He has seems to have a great fondness for tankies and a great like of having them in his community. So much so to the extent that he will have tanky content creators on his show. He will collab with them. And yet at the same time, multiple friends of mine, Vosh and Keffels, are literally banned from Hassan's entire community. They haven't done anything to him. But, like, you can't even mention their names in Hassan's community because their names are banned. You know, like, you're not even allowed to talk about them in his community. And so that's interesting, right? Like, that's a little bit of a cringe thing, you know, to you know, hate friends of mine so much that talking about them's banned in your community. But, you know, I mean, I could basically take it or leave it there. But Hassan is also very clearly trying at every turn to keep sympathetic, or keep his large tanky audience sympathetic to him. A good example of this is how he's handled Russia and its invasion of Ukraine. This is a clip that many of you probably don't even know exists. It's been pretty well buried by Hassan and his fans. And I know that because when I played this clip on stream yesterday, a lot of you guys seemed very surprised that it exists. But here's Hassan doing some Russia apologia. It is not the only clip.
What's wrong with NATO expansion? If majority population voted in favor, would that mean NATO expansion is justified? In that circumstance, NATO is 1000% an aggressor outside fucking force, okay? Russia is not. Russia annexing its own fucking territory that it's had, that its own territory full of its own fucking people is not the same as NATO being like, we're going to turn your country into a fucking base and put literal fucking military bases and rockets into your country. What's wrong with NATO expansion of majority?
He's walked this back since because he's had to fully like get off Putin's dick a lot more because this war ended up being getting a lot more eyes on him than he expected it to. He thought he could just do a little bit of that tanky ego stroking for his audience, but he's since had to walk it back. But it's very clear, like Hassan's always at every turn taken the opportunity to have the softest tanky adjacent take possible while not going fully over into the psychosphere, you know? So I don't really like Hassan much. And there are other clips I could play, there are other reasons, but overall, I think those are the most compelling. They've painted my opinion of Hassan to be quite not good, okay? However, against Marianne Williamson, who he recently had on to debate, I must say I support Hassan over her. For those that don't know, Marianne Williamson is a political figure. She is running for president, though hasn't it not been exposed at this point that she's literally just running as like a book deal? Like, isn't it literally just her trying to raise publicity for her book she recently published or is about to publish? She's literally losing people working for her campaign left and right. Like every day, more and more people quit. On top of that, she has absolutely zero chance of getting anywhere. Obviously, third parties have no chance of getting anywhere. Anybody who actually votes third party is taking votes away from Democrats and giving votes to Republicans effectively. As long as first past the post voting exists in this country, third parties will always be unviable. And it's unfortunate, but it's true. You are throwing away your vote if you vote third party. There are dumb fuck lefties that are voting for Marianne Williamson for some reason. And all they're doing is making it more likely the Republicans are actually able to seize more power. And when the Republicans do so, they'll say, see, voting doesn't matter. Meanwhile, they cast their ballot for somebody who doesn't, not have any, who didn't win, who didn't have any chance of winning. Anyway. Yeah, I'm interested to see this debate. I don't know what they debated on. I know that apparently Russia came up and Hassan had to sort of like, the reason why I found out this exists is because I woke up this morning and I saw, isn't she a Democrat? Not third party, sorry. She's running against Biden in primary, right? She's effectively a third party candidate. Biden is going to be the Democratic nominee. And so there's like anybody who is trying to drum up a big fuss about like other candidates in the primary is doing nothing but distracting from the fact that Biden needs to win against Trump or DeSantis, probably Trump in 2024. Bernie knows this better than any. Bernie, who is in the background here, has already endorsed Biden. But before like primaries even started, Bernie outright said, I endorse Biden. Biden needs to win, and we need to put all of our effort into Biden in order to make sure Trump or DeSantis do not get another term in office. We need to keep Republicans out of office. Bernie isn't even bought into the delusion of, like, third parties or alternate primary candidates for the Democrat Party.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marianne Williamson's in the building. Here you go. She's running for president on the Democratic ticket. And we have some questions.
Okay.
Yeah. The chat's already going crazy.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I can't ever imagine making enough money that I would spend more money on water. When I buy water, I buy gallon jugs that I drink out of, or I buy cheap fucking water bottles. But then I see rich people drinking straight up water out of these like those like expensive nice bottles that are like, I don't even know how much they cost because I don't even bother to look at how much they cost because I know they're more expensive than the cheap water. I'm not expending more money on. How wealthy do you have to be, and how much do you need to want to show off your wealth to drink out of a bougie water bottle? Like, I genuinely can't see myself, even as a billionaire, buying the expensive water.
Crazy. They're very excited. Before we get started, I'm going to really quickly do this. Okay. All right. Okay, so first and foremost, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
This is probably the weirdest interview that you've ever conducted, I suspect, because, you know, how often do you go to a random person's house and then sit in front of their weird background and talk to them? As you can see, everyone that's watching just like respond in real time. Have you ever done one of these before?
Well, first of all, you're not a random weird person. Second of all, most of my adult life has been spent in Los Angeles, so this doesn't look that weird to me.
Okay, good.
The part about everybody on the thing, of course, is what it is.
Yeah. You know, that part.
I will say, even though I know this whole thing is just to bring more attention to her campaign and her book, it is pretty cool that we're getting to the point where presidential candidates are coming onto Twitch streams. Like, the argument that the online shit in regards to culture war discourse stuff and what's being talked about online and what political ideology is most dominant online, that argument that it doesn't matter basically falls flat on its face when we've gotten to the point where AOC... It really sucks that Hassan is the representation of, like, leftism online, right? Like, he is the biggest one when he is such, like, a dishonest asshole. But, you know, it's good to know at the very least that there is a recognition from mainstream politics that politics is basically exists online now, sadly. Marianne talked to Vosh first. When was that? I had no clue that happened. Did bro get used for publicity? Oh no. Listen, like you guys got to confirm for me, but like I've only heard bad things about Marianne Williamson. Like I'm coming into this somewhat unaware of her. I'm hoping to make my opinion of her like based off of what I see here, and I think my bullshit detector is pretty good. So I read a few articles about her, and they were all about how her campaign is failing, and she's losing members daily. 5 months ago. Okay, so this was a while ago. I wouldn't remember it. Okay. Yeah, every article that came up when I looked into it was just about how her campaign is falling flat right now.
That part is definitely strange. You're in town. You're doing some media right now.
Yes.
I saw you not recently, but you a while back went on the Dave Rubin show to explain to him.
That was here, wasn't it?
Yeah, to explain to him important concepts such as systemic racism and how it exists. So that was pretty good.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's not even new to him. Hello. You can sit in here if you want, right there.
Who cares if her campaign is failing? Did anyone expect it to succeed? I mean, obviously not, but my argument is I'm not making the argument that she's bad because her campaign's failing. That doesn't make her a bad candidate. I mean, it makes her a bad candidate, obviously, but it doesn't make her a bad candidate. Like, it doesn't make her bad, I should say. I've just only heard bad things about her. I've heard things like she's currently doing this just to raise attention for a book deal, that she's got, like, cringe positions on certain things, that she's only doing this for like personal gain. Like, I've yet to really like hear much about what she believes. IDK, I like Marianne because I agree with most of her politics and she's debate broette. I don't trust any of your judgment about anybody. I need to be very clear. I have had you guys tell me every single time I have been right about every YouTuber that I've gone up against that I am wrong. Every time you guys tell me I'm wrong. I do not believe any of you or trust any of you and your judgment of content creators' humanity, okay? Like, many of you guys were Noah Samson fans and pushed back on me when I went after Noah Samson. FD Signifier fans, Jesse Gender fans, Hassan fans. I'm sorry, but like, you guys aren't good measures of character.
Sure. Yeah, we can barely hear her. Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can boost your gain here, but you can just, like, yell a little bit or get a little bit closer to the microphone. This is the best we got.
That's not, like, me shitting on you. I have developed, through an unfortunate amount of negative experiences online, a very good bullshit detector, okay? You be glad you don't have my bullshit detector. It takes a lot of betrayal and being slighted and lied about to develop such a good bullshit detector. The fact that you don't have it like I do means you've lived a good life online.
God, unfortunately. Anyway, today is probably going to be a little bit different than the normal interview that you get, in the normal interview that you do, but I'm sure it'll be fine. We can talk about like different trends in culture, especially considering that you have a lot of prominence on TikTok. You're all over TikTok. You're more on TikTok than I am, I would say. How do you feel about that?
I feel seen and heard by young people. And I understand it, actually. My message to them has been that they're not even 20th century people, and they shouldn't live their lives at the effect of bad economic ideas left over from the 20th century. So I feel seen and heard by them, but I think that's because they feel seen and heard by me.
Okay, that's cool. Let me see. Let's do this real quick.
They don't have an institutional memory of a time ever in their lives when it felt like government was on their side. And they feel that government policy, understandably they feel this way because it's fact, does more to thwart than to support their own dreams for self-actualization and living the lives they want to live.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
This is like a pretty basic, like, populist sentence. I think this is like saying young people feel disenfranchised by politics because they don't feel like any positive change is actually positively affecting their lives, but they feel all the negative change hitting them. It's not very big brain or anything, but I don't disagree.
Do you? I mean, why? Let's just start with why are you running? Like, what's your goal for running on the Democratic ticket?
Well, somebody has to say certain things. This country needs to start over. We need to end an aberrational chapter of neoliberalism in this country. We need to repudiate the corporate tyranny that now owns our Congress, owns our government, and has its tentacles in every corner of our civilization.
Guys, don't say based. This can mean different things, okay? So I've heard these same words come out of the mouth of Shoe on Head, okay? So this could be, I hate the Democratic establishment. I'm on the same road as what was her name? The lady with the white streak in her hair. All the populists were simping for her in 2020 or 2019. Sorry. What was her name? Tulsi Gabbard. This is Tulsi Gabbard shit. I'm sorry, but what she's saying here, I'm not gonna say base to it. It's basic bitch shit. Like, she could very easily take a turn for the Tulsi Gabbard route from here. Like, I need to hear some in-depth shit,
To me, that's what the Democratic Party should be saying. And if nobody's going to run for president saying it as a Democrat, I am.
Okay. I mean, that quite literally happened last time.
I agree with that principally. I agree with the idea of somebody running simply to act as a voice within the Democratic Party that has prominence, that is helping to move the Overton window. But at the same time, this feels like such a fantasy. It's a thing a lot of people talk about, but doesn't really, like, physically happen. Like, look at Bernie, for example. A lot of people on the left talk about Bernie Sanders like he moved America over to the left, or he moved the Democratic Party super far to the left, but he didn't. Bernie Sanders failed to get the nomination, and you can say that he got fucked over, and there was some fuckery that happened, but regardless of the fuckery, chances are he would have lost fair and square every time. The fact is that a lot of Bernie's positions are just unironically too radical. For most Democrats, Democrat voters, the people. Like, most Americans who vote Democrat are not in favor of abolishing private health insurance and having all free health care. They're more in line with, like, Pete Buttigieg and Obama and Biden, with a more moderate, like, strong social security system there for people who can't afford health care. But also you can still, like, if you're middle class or above, you're still having to get insurance if you want, like, a quality of care that's up to par with what you would be expecting, right? Most American liberals are neolibs that are not in favor of, like, these crazy massive changes to what they consider to be the norm in order to see, massive overarching reform. I hate to say it, but to some extent, it takes time to move people over on that shit. As a matter of fact, I can bring up some polling on this specifically. Democrats in favor of single payer versus multi-payer healthcare. Oh, this has actually changed since the election. Very slightly. but we're actually in a very slight majority now. A 54% majority of Democrats and Democratic leaners now favor a single national government program to provide a health insurance, up 44% from last year. COVID had a pretty positive impact. The problem is, though, don't celebrate too quickly yet, though. As much as I would like to celebrate with you guys, when you poll with more details added to the questions, that percentage goes down. I've looked at other... So typically, the polls where you see a very high rate, even among Democrats, of favorability for a single-payer healthcare system, the more vague the question is. If it's just, are you in favor of a single-payer healthcare program where everybody would be able to blah, 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 most Democrats, like 54%, vote in favor. Or would like vote in favor on those polls. But if you include the details of how it would be paid for, it drops massively. That's the big thing. When you include paid for by, and then you talk about the ways that taxes on the middle class would have to be affected, because the middle class would take a massive hit in increased taxes for a single payer healthcare plan to work. Bernie's plan would hit the middle class hardcore. So, like, yeah, it's just, once you include that, middle-class Democrats are not in favor of it. They lean more for, like, Buttigieg's plan. So, yeah, it's just, you guys need to keep that in mind, that the more aware of how much they're going to lose, personally, that these questionnaires include when they poll on these issues, the less likely even Democrat voters are to vote in favor of these good policies. However, they're stupid because in the long run, paying more in taxes is actually worth it, because now you don't have to worry about a single emergency or medical issue bankrupting you. I've got tons of medical issues riddling my body right now that if I just could go to the doctor and have them dealt with and not have to pay for it, I'd do it. And my quality of life would be better. My productivity as a worker would be better because I could stream more and upload more videos and do more stuff. It's just across the board, it would be better in the long run. But on paper, you can't prove that. So even Democrat voters are a lot harder to push on this, which is why the best way to move them over on it isn't by distracting voters from voting for the guy that's actually going to be able to defeat the fascist running next year. With someone like Marianne Williamson, I think instead we should be investing our effort into just simply popularizing the knowledge that these systems would be better. I think that's way more effective than diverting attention, money, and resources from putting all of our power behind the guy who actually has a chance of beating the fascist in 2024 and not, virtue signaling how woke we are in this section of the left. I don't know. I feel like electoral politics is where we need to be really serious and be very electoral about it. And then we do this virtue signaling shit outside of the electoral side of things, There's a place to be serious and to make your vote count, and there's a place to make your voice count.
Time around with Joe Brandon.
And they're not the same place.
And I guess 7 other candidates directly ran in opposition to Medicare for All at a time when this necessity was only being voiced by one candidate, Bernie Sanders. Has your perspective on Medicare for All and its viability changed over the years?
Yeah, I had a kind of amazing grace type of moment, because last time I thought, well, Medicare or Medicaid, we can get there. And I did have a moment when I sort of got it. Yeah.
I mean, we can absolutely afford Medicare for All. It would literally just require a pretty significant increase in taxes for the middle class, and especially the very, very wealthy people. It's not a matter of raise taxes to an insane amount on wealthy people. You would have to eliminate a ton of tax loopholes that aren't really loopholes, but how the system works. And if you break that particular way of how the system works, you're actually in many ways destroying rights to private property. The way that wealthy people hoard wealth in order to make it non-taxable is weird. They'll own it in ephemeral ways that are untaxable. They'll own it offshore in ways that are untaxable. It's just, we should have a wealth tax. I think a wealth tax would be better, right? A wealth tax would be a more fair way of doing it. But there'd be tons of tax fraud on the part of the super wealthy people. Who would really see the biggest brunt and effect of it, though, would be the middle class. People who are making like $70,000 a year and up till you get to like the wealth line, which is like a lot of Americans. That like area like of people would basically be seeing a pretty substantial increase in their taxes. Like $60,000, $70,000 a year and up, you would see a pretty significant increase in your taxes. Sorry, 70,000 is middle class. The poverty line in the United States of America is $2,000 a year, I believe, isn't it? What's the U.S. poverty line? Or no, it's $12,000. It's $1,000 a month is the poverty line. I think. I'm looking it up to make sure. It's family based. For a family of two, $18,000 a month is the poverty line. For a family of three, $23,000 a month is the poverty line. For a family of four, $27,000. For a family of five, $32,000. So if you're above $32,000 or $18,000 as a family of two, like if you're a couple and you make more than $18,000 a year, the United States government considers you middle class. You are not impoverished if you make more than $18,000 a year as a couple. As a single person, particularly as a single guy, you have to make like single-digit thousands a year to be considered impoverished. Like you have to be literally, like we're literally talking working homeless to be considered impoverished in this country. Like you have to be homeless and working a job to make enough. Because if you're not, because other than that, you'd be on like unemployment. Yeah. So like, yeah.
We need Medicare for all.
What was that for you? What was that moment of change?
I don't actually remember it. I don't remember when it was. I don't remember if it was during the campaign or after. Forgive me, my phone is ringing.
Don't worry, I just called Joe Biden Joe Brandon. This is not supposed to be a professional interview. Just don't show it to the camera. Make sure that it's
okay.
Yeah.
I'm turning off my phone. So.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's just like, this is not supposed to be a professional interview by any means. This is the most professional I've been in a very long time, though.
Why, you're on good behavior?
I'm being on my best behavior, yes. So there was another guy who ran on a campaign of trying to improve turnout for younger voters, and unfortunately, I mean, he's sitting right there on a cutout, but unfortunately that didn't come to fruition. Do you have any other opinions on how to mobilize younger voters?
Well, I have not made an effort to mobilize young voters. I mean, I'm grateful that they're responding, but I don't have any strategy like that. I'm seeking to tell the truth as I understand it. I want the American people of any age to have the option of a complete repudiation of this aberrational neoliberal chapter of American history.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is populist drivel. I already don't like her. I'm sorry. I know I had negative bias going in because all I'd heard about her was negative, but I'm hearing what she's saying right now and my bullshit detector is blaring. This is all populist buzzword drivel. This is I like populism though. Literally if you were old enough, you would have been a Tulsi Gabbard supporter. And then you would have cried and been like, who could have seen this coming when Tulsi Gabbard was revealed to be a grifting TERF who's now on Fox News? You would have been so surprised. No, Zan, you're right. She's a grifter. Yeah, like the first thing I heard about her was that it was revealed from like text or something that she was doing this to raise awareness about her book. So like, I already had a pretty iffy opinion on her going in, but that could have been a rumor. But her very corporatized, scripted buzzword talk is pushing me more in that direction too.
We need to start over in this country. We need a new beginning. We need an emergency level transition from a dirty economy to a clean economy. We need to move from a war economy to a peace economy. And we need to push back against what is essentially a matrix of corporate tyranny. So to me, whether you're 80 years old or 18 years old, whether it's about the next 20 years of your life or the life of your grandchildren, it's about the state of our democracy and possibly the state of our humanity. Even the habitability of the planet could be at risk here. This is not a time to slow walk. It's not a time for incrementalism. It's not a time for endorsing someone that says the opposite of what I'm just saying because you think somehow the chess game of Washington.
She's shit-talking Bernie Sanders right now for endorsing Biden against Trump. No, actually fuck her. No, she's bullshitting so hard.
We'll help you get there. It's not time for any of that. And if none of them are going to say it, I am. And I think there's a point to that, too. They become locked in by the system. And I think it will take, and Cenk was saying that, actually, it will take someone from outside, I think.
Yeah. What kind of mechanism for change do you think is necessary here beyond just the bully pulpit? Because as the president, potentially, You will have a lot of powers. How do you?
Not potentially.
What do you think some of the greatest hurdles will be in undermining or completely rewriting a neoliberal organization of the economy?
Well, first of all, every president, no matter who, is hoping for a House and Senate that is aligned with their thinking. So that will make a huge difference. But even if you don't, you do have the power of executive orders. You have the power of the appointments of heads of agencies. You can certainly get rid of the corporatists who head the agencies in too many cases, even if you can't quite bring in the problem solvers, depending on what they block and don't block. And you have the bully pulpit. And also, we all know that this needs to be an outside-inside strategy. So I think the revitalization of the labor movement, organized labor right now, is one of the biggest things going on. So one of the things they would really know that they had a partner in me, whether it has to do with beefing up the National Labor Relations Board, whether it has to do with the PRO Act. To me, that inside-outside elements would be fortified by our presidency.
So you're interested in beefing up the NLRB and giving more power to workers so they can unionize.
Yeah,
What do you think about the strikes that are currently going on all around us in Hollywood? I mean, you've spent.
I was on the picket line the other day.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
great.
saw. Yeah, that was great.
Okay, that's pretty based. I appreciate that.
What's your opinion on that as far as
I like unions.
what's going on with
Of
the
course, well, there are two elements, and one element, of course, is the same with Starbucks. It's the same with Amazon. It's the same with the grad workers at certain schools, et cetera. And that's
My problem is, so far, she said nothing that wouldn't come out of the mouth of Tulsi Gabbard a couple years ago. Like, it's just... It's just so... It's just so weird, Like, I can sense it. I've got a very keen ear for these things.
simply has to do with how baked into the cake it is that stockholders and CEOs and their stock dividends and their stock buybacks, this profound and really immoral transfer of wealth into the hands of a very tiny few, under the canard that they would create jobs. Of course, their business model is not job creation. Their business model is job elimination and worker exploitation. So it's very fantastic. The response of the first Gilded Age was the establishment.
Wait, how's the audio? Dark Canuck says that they can barely hear. Really? Really? That is crazy. The audio is fine for me. I guess I have really loud headphones, but... Huh.
Establishment of organized labor and the response of the second Gilded Age, which we're living in.
You know what? In the spirit of the man who we're reacting to right now, I'm going to go use the bathroom mid-segment and do a bit of a chair stream. I'll be right back. Ah, yes. An empty bladder and a full stomach is what I need when we're going into such a beefy debate reaction. Quick question for you. Your document where you list where you want the animals to spawn, do you just want me to have them spawn there, remove their default spawns, or do you want me to add the spawns that you have listed? Add the spawns that I listed, yeah. And if I put no next to a mob, it's because it seemed like one that you would consider for adding to the tropics and would be confused about. So I just said, nah, don't worry about that one. It's like buffalo don't fit, you know. So I just put no next to those. But yeah, good shit, Hash. Thank you. Hash is currently working on the upcoming Minecraft Tropicraft modded server where me and all of you guys, as well as a few other YouTubers, are going to be building a big-ass tropical beach resort in the tropics. It's going to be fucking awesome. So yeah, get excited for that.
Is its repudiation. I think it's extremely important. Now, in addition to that, you know, when I would do interviews, and before SAG-AFTRA got in, and it was just the writers, they were talking about things like a writer used to be hired to stay for the duration of the development of the script, right? And then they started doing this thing where we only need you for scene 1 and scene 3. So then that writer has to go work somewhere else to see if there's a scene 2 or scene 4 that he can work on, or she. And
Now it's loud. Okay.
of course, this is also to the denigration of the product itself. So that's, first of all, just the dignity and the living wage issue and the decency, all of that. We understand all of that. But with the SAG-AFTRA thing, this is this added element of AI. I mean, it's extraordinary. You could take that they make you sign away in perpetuity your image that they could use in another movie. No, it's terrible. And I think Fran Drescher is doing a bang-up job, and I think she's making it clear. You know, during the last campaign, Andrew Yang had written a book, The War on Normal People. And that was the first book that I read that actually I got it about the threat of AI. And I remember one of the things that he says in that book is, don't kid yourself. You might think you have a job where only you could do it. I mean, even like lawyers, they're talking about that now. Don't bother to go to law school because of all of that. So I think...
Yeah, God, she like flips back and forth between me thinking like, okay, she's saying some stuff I like, but then she brings it back to like this really weird pandering. Like, it feels like she's pandering more than she is passionately talking about something that she is upset is a problem. Does that make sense? Like, the Yang shout-out, too, is a little weird. My position on AI. I actually want to give my thoughts on this. I am really worried about AI taking a lot of jobs. But one thing I think has been discounted to a degree is that I do think in the long run, AI taking a bunch of jobs will probably create a bunch more jobs in the long run. It's a bad issue, and people having a job in the first place should not be the determining factor as to whether or not they survive. That's like the core issue here. But if that's your main worry about AI, you like its utility, but you don't like its threat of taking people's livelihoods from them, I think in the long run we could see surprisingly positive shit come out of it. I mean, this has happened before. I swear I've read like some pretty damn good articles about this. I mean, I'll look into it if you like right now. If you guys, I'll debunk myself or reaffirm myself right now. Let's see. Oh, here's a good one, actually. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. AI, a bigger threat than automation. I was talking about automation to millions of job seekers. I was throwing AI and automation in together because, you know, like having AI automates tasks. So I just kind of brain farted and kind of melded those two things together. Automation in the long run does result in new jobs being created. I've looked into this a fair amount. There is worry in the short term, but in the long term, it's not as terrible as it may seem in the short term. That's my general point. It's still an issue, but it's not as bad as it's made out to be. AI, though, I do think that in the long run we could see new careers come out of AI proliferating the way that it is. I can't see us entering a world in which AI takes away the ability to work from, like, swaths of the American population. Like, America's pretty much over at this point. One of the things you have to remember as well is that for a country's economy to function, there have to be workers making money and spending money. So if all of the workers are being replaced by AI, then that's going to hit the economy overall like way harder than you guys even know. And America's economy is the world's economy. It's going to hurt the world. It could literally be apocalyptic. And then you also have to consider that in a world where art is taken over by AI, human art will become a commodity. Not a commodity, but a more rare, valuable thing. In a world where art that just looks nice can just be created with like a sentence, art that has more meaning and abstractness to it, I think will actually gain more value because the knowledge that a person made it has a story and a meaning to it, and it isn't just generated by AI imagery, which you see thrown in your face all the time in the future, I imagine. That might lend more value to independent artists and freelancers in the future and to their art because it's made by a person who has a passion for the art, not just typing some shit in, right? And people who appreciate art will like that. I'm spitballing here, but I do like having a more optimistic view of the future than a like doomer one where like, oh, there's nothing I can do, the world's gonna end, it's over. Might as well just kill myself. And if I don't, then why am I like what? Why take that position? Have an optimal view. Be happy about the future. Like think about the best possible case scenario and hope for that. Don't be a doomer. Stop with this, like, suicide bait, like, doomer feel. Your depression doesn't need to be everybody else's problem, please.
Zhang's solutions were, not necessarily great, in my opinion.
Definitely. That's not what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the whole issue of AI. And I think, and fencing it in and realizing what a threat it represents. And not only to the issue of work, this could be bigger than that. So I think with SAG-AFTRA, particularly adding the AI issue, it's important for all of it. And I think that what people are realizing, what I hope people are...
She's right, by the way. What she's talking about right now, the example she's giving is a good example, and she is talking about she's making sense.
Realizing people need to realize is that don't think this doesn't apply to you if you don't work at Amazon. It doesn't apply to you if you're not a writer. It doesn't.
Bad take this time? What did I say that was a bad take there, Shadow Angel 09? You've got 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. Fewer artists? What? Okay, yeah, you're getting banned because I don't want you lowering my community's IQ. But also, I'm going to explain why your argument is stupid. So, see, this is why I'm different from Hassan. I filter the stupidity out of my community, at my own detriment. But, like, the reason why that's stupid is because artists are not eliminated from existence by AI taking their job. Those artists still exist. They are still artists. There are not less artists, okay? What I was talking about was a future in which AI has taken over the industry of producing art on a commercial level. AI is used for all commercial art, like every logo, every brand pattern, all that shit. Movie posters, everything is made with AI. At that point, all artists would be relegated to being freelancers in this hypothetical future, and there might actually be more value in your average art consumer for freelancers' real art because it was made by an actual person. For example, I know a lot of people who still pay other people to make their OC drawings for their D&D characters despite the fact they could do it with AI for free. I know a lot of people who go out on Twitter and they commission artists for their D&D characters to have art. They just have booklets of art that they commission different artists for of their D&D characters. They drop hundreds of dollars a month on commissioned art for their D&D characters. I have friends who make that art that people commission. Freelancers, especially in the art world, have it pretty hard. And I can see how they would be scared by AI. But if you're looking for a reason to not be kept up at night with like paralyzing fear. I want you to think about the possibility of a future where art made by an actual human is even more valuable because it's unique. And it's special. Because art made by humans will be a special thing.
Apply to you if you're not a barista. It applies to all of us whose lives have become, which is the vast majority of us, whose lives are the effect of this vulture capitalism and what it has become in this country.
Yeah. Speaking of Andrew Yang and unique candidates or outsiders, you yourself are an outsider.
Outside what?
Well, outside of the DC mouthpiece, corporate lobby
System
influence.
as it is, status quo that has taken us to where we are.
There's another person who claims to be, there's another person who claims to have outsider status, but of course is from like a political lineage family. I'm of course talking about RFK Jr. What are your thoughts on his campaign so far?
There's one place where he and I agree, and it's the only place where I've found that we agree.
I've honestly paid no attention to the Democrat primaries, much like most of mainstream media hasn't, because it doesn't matter. Biden is going to be the nominee. Like, it's just, it's all for show. It's all virtue signaling. And, you know, you might even have some people that are running simply to like get their political career started. I don't feel like the sincerity is there with Marianne Williamson, but like, yeah, it's just RFK Jr. is insane. He claims to be an outsider. Interesting. Yeah, Biden's going to win. It's just like, it feels so pointless to focus so much attention on the primaries when they are literally going to be irrelevant in months from now, you know?
Agree. We certainly agree on the issue of agency capture. And the marriage of, you know, government and corporate power, and how basically that is a fascistic element. I certainly agree on that. On the other hand, I don't understand how that is married to his belief that, you know, as he says, he's a free market capitalism guy. I read the other day that
RFK is anti-vax and insane. Okay.
His prescription for how we're going to handle climate change is with the discipline of the free market. So yeah, Bobby and I have a very different view.
Yeah, he went on.
Okay, Marianne. That was actually a good criticism. I like that. Okay, so she seems to see climate change as a problem. Good. And she seems to see free market as one of the biggest issues with that problem. Like, we need to put restrictions on these big corporations. Okay. I mean, talk is talk, but, you know, that's all you can know before someone's been elected.
Jordan Peterson's broadcast and agreed with him on that and said that, I mean, and Jordan Peterson is actually in the pocket of oil lobbyists and has channeled their misinformation in terms of climate change.
Yep.
And for Robert Kennedy to go there and agree with him is pretty egregious, especially when considering that he has a pretty long career of defending environmental rights, a lot longer than, I mean, I've been alive even. So
maybe react to Vosh's video, Democrats don't want a primary. This is a huge mistake. What take does Vosh have on this? Is he like pro there being like a pointless primary? I feel like he'd be in favor of it in the sense that he probably believes it helps to normalize certain positions, but like I don't feel like Bernie running in the Democratic primary popularized universal health care. I think everybody agreed these things were a problem. I think the effect Bernie had was that he was a meme. If Bernie was like a public figure on TV, I think the same effect would have happened. I think Bernie just was a very good speaker who did a really good job of saying, hey, listen, if you're a normal working American, you're getting fucked. Here's how you can stop getting fucked. I don't think he needed to run for president to do that. I think that was just his way of getting on the public stage enough. So Vosh's position is that it is good to get prospective future very progressive presidential candidates on the presidential stage via running through primaries is a good thing. Then I can agree with that. But overall, I do still think in the long run, it's sort of for show and publicity, right?
Very, very strange choice of words there. I don't know where he got that from. But so people are correctly pointing out that he's done a lot of weird things. I mean, he gained a lot more prominence in recent years through anti-vaxxer conspiracies, through those circles, QAnon and whatnot.
Didn't Marianne Williamson get outed as a... Okay, you guys keep telling me she's been outed as a grifter. Can you guys link me, like, the evidence or the expose or a link about it or something? It can't be a Twitter link, though. I can't... it literally won't load. As it turns out, like, I've been extra banned from Twitter. Like, it was likely an active... Like, an employee consciously banned me at Twitter. It wasn't, like, an auto-mod type ban. So yeah, I'm permanently rate limited, and my my Twitter will never get reinstated. Also, AI couldn't make something like Cuphead where the animation is all squiggly because of the fact that each frame is drawn by hand. What did I do? I told a lolicon to KYS. A Nazi lolicon. A transphobic Nazi lolicon. I think AI could get there. AI is still very much developing. We're talking about technology that's, like, in the mainstream, like, a year old, right? Like, ChatGPT and these other, like, art AI programs and shit are going to be pretty advanced in 5 years. Oh, yeah, I saw some articles about this. Apparently she has rage freakouts in the office. I can understand that. I used to have pretty bad problems controlling my anger, and I sometimes have anxiety attacks. But, like, we'll look into this. Candidate Marianne Williamson hit by claims of foaming, spitting rage. Okay, that's a little bit much. Okay. Less than 2 weeks into her second campaign for Democratic presidential nomination, the self-help author Marianne Williamson was hit by claims her public message of love and compassion is undermined by behind-the-scenes behavior, including foaming, spitting, uncontrollable rage. Okay, I have to say, knowing now that she's a self-help guru who writes self-help books, and there's a lot of stuff about this campaign being to draw attention to her book. All 12 staffers, 12 ex-staffers, said Williamson would yell until people were brought to tears. Williamson called the description slanderous and categorically untrue. She denied ever throwing a phone at staffers, but acknowledged the car door incident, saying, "A car door is not a person." Okay. She could actually be like a ruthless businesswoman, like a Machiavellian, narcissistic, like, supervillain. That'd be fucking crazy, dude.
Some of the writing that has been conducted on your campaign so far have also had a little bit of not necessarily claiming that you're an anti-vaxxer, but definitely there is some questions about that. What are your stances on vaccination?
Well, the thing I do agree on is that I don't think pharmaceutical companies... Listen, I don't think that insurance companies should be dominating our... whether or not we have health insurance. I don't think pharmaceutical...
The fucking redirect. The pivot. Oh my god. Oh, she just completely...
Pharmaceutical companies should have the dominance they have. I don't think gun manufacturers or big oil or big chemical companies or big food...
Yeah, nope, she's a shitter. My first instinct was right. Guys, are you guys able to appreciate my bullshit detector now? And how I formulate my opinions on people? It doesn't just come out of nowhere. I'm not just an asshole. I swear I'm not just an asshole. I feel like I'm a generally pretty, you know, charitable, generous, nice person. I try to be, at least. But, like... you gotta call out bullshit when you see it. It's not mean to call out bullshit.
Companies or defense contractors should be dominating our policies. I think too often, obviously, the profits of pharmaceutical companies are placed before the actual health and well-being of the American people. In no other advanced democracy do they lack universal health care. So you take the top 5 pharmaceutical companies last year alone, and their profit was $80 billion. Meanwhile, we have people
So, I'm gonna be honest. Knowing that this is the shit Shoe-on-Head says about the vaccines publicly, and knowing privately she's unvaccinated and a full-on anti-vaxxer, I hear this and I know this is like, I'm too scared to admit I'm anti-vax speak. That's what I hear. Of course she is. Oh wait, you guys didn't know? Hold on. Oh. Damn it. The Reddit shutdown thing locked out the subreddit that has the screenshot in question. Anyway, basically, Shuonhead had like an alt Reddit account she got exposed for that she would defend herself on Vosh's subreddit with, because people on Vosh's subreddit would make posts shit talking her, and so she had an alt account where she pretended to be a fan of Shuonhead and defend herself. But then people like through some means were able to confirm it was her. I think it was like some screenshots of her admitting it was her, like in Discord or something. And in one of those posts, she admitted to being anti-vax. It was yeah, and to not being vaccinated.
Their insulin in this country. We have people who are putting GoFundMe pages on the internet to pay for life-saving operations for themselves and their loved ones. So no, I'm not a big fan. I mean, obviously there's profit and then there's profiteering, and I believe that there's a lot of profiteering.
Yeah, this rings those same populist, like Nazgul wormhole bells. Supporting evidence. Oh yeah. Okay, so she's been more mask off. Oh no, this was before. Yeah. So that's her denying the efficacy of the vaccines.
Going on the part of Big Pharma, and I think there's a healthy skepticism that all of us should have.
But in terms of vaccine science, it feels like, to me at least, and I'm the layman, I'm not very intelligent, it seems like the people that are supposed to be ensuring that every single person is inoculated have... the science behind it seems sound to someone like myself.
And there's risk associated with every vaccine, and we know that.
Yeah, so overall, I feel as though it is an objective good. I mean, even Donald Trump with his Operation Warp Speed, this is one of the few instances where I feel like this was the government operating in a way that it was supposed to. And there was definitely negative consequences associated with
Wait, so is she pro-vaccine or not? Because she seemed to be very unwilling to say, I'm not anti-vax. I'm like, she could literally just said, I'm not anti-vax, I'm pro-vaccine, I just don't like Big Pharma, and gone on this spiel she went on instead of saying whether or not she was pro-vax or not. Why did it take Hassan like asking again for her to say, oh yeah, I'm in favor of people getting vaccinated, it seems they cause more harm than good, but there are definitely side effects. The side effects I got from the COVID vaccine, by the way, were like I was sick in bed for a couple days, and then I was fine. And I felt great a day and a half later. The the lasting effects I got from getting COVID was to this day I still am sick with long COVID, like persistent post-COVID syndrome, I think is what it's called, and it basically goes up and down. Where some days I'm so sick I literally could not even think about streaming because inhaling makes my whole like chest hurt. And like I'm just, you know, sick in many different types of ways that I won't go into detail about. And it's sort of a cycle, and then I'll like spike off of it, right? Like right now I'm in a I feel pretty good area, and I'm hoping one of these days I get a final spike and I no longer have to worry about dealing with these symptoms. But there's a lot of research suggesting it is a lifelong chronic condition if you get COVID and you deal with persistent post-COVID syndrome, that it is just a lifelong hindrance. And to give you an idea, those spikes happen like less than weekly. Like more often than weekly, I should say. So it's like you want to travel out of the country for a week, you better hope you're next to the airplane toilet on that flight. Good luck, buddy. Like it could legitimately be like an entire life ruiner to have ever gotten COVID. So yeah. Not having a great time, guys. Not having a great time.
but that wasn't necessarily vaccine injuries, but more so not allowing this vaccine IP to reach, poorer countries,
all of
shutting that off. Bill Gates got a lot of criticism, and people said, oh, he's trying to chip people, all the way, ranging from conspiracies all the way to like 5G waves, killing people or whatever. But the real thing that people should
I have COVID right now. After 4 shots, I basically live on the toilet. That's the unfortunate thing about it, is that like anti-vaxxers will jump on. You can get vaccinated 1,000,000 times over and wear masks and do everything you can reasonably possibly do. But unless, if you have to stop doing lockdowns and go out into public and interact with people, you're eventually going to catch COVID. That's the sad truth of it. COVID's not going anywhere. Not enough people decided to get vaccinated early to kill it off. We didn't quarantine this country. The world will have to deal with COVID probably for the foreseeable future. And if you haven't gotten COVID yet, you probably will. And I think we're going to see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of people with severe immunocompromisation and other post-COVID symptoms that are going to have their entire quality of life ruined. And we're going to have to see a pretty massive veer in medical research attention towards dealing with the fact that a large portion of this of the population of the world is literally just fucked over. The post-COVID syndrome, it wavers in severity, by the way. So for some people like me, it's as simple as like some days I'm just really fucking sick for no reason, and it's like clockwork. Well, on the other hand, it can be as bad as it is for Physics Girl right now, who we got. This is how she is right now after about 7 months of being in this condition. She's getting a little better by the looks of things, as in she doesn't need to wear, she can sit up a little bit, she can talk now, and she doesn't need to wear a mask over her eyes. This is a big YouTuber who got COVID last year. So she's got the worst form of what I'm dealing with. I'm so lucky not to be where she is right now.
Yeah, and if we just let it, well, your skin is looking better overall each time. Look at that.
This is way more severe than what I have.
That's pretty much it.
So many months of her life down the drain. Guys, you don't understand. The medical research we have right now suggests this may well be lifelong chronic. As in, this could be her life now. There is a good chance this is her life now, and she's not gonna get better. I hope that she does, but the research suggests right now that people who deal with symptoms after recovering from COVID are likely to deal with those symptoms chronically because it's caused by permanent damage COVID did to your body when you had it. So, COVID does serious neurological damage to your body, and we don't know whether or not your body is capable of healing that neurological damage. I took some... I think you guys could tell the neurological damage I took from having COVID by watching my streams. From the level of ready to jump down people's throat I was for a while after having COVID, to my fogginess and fuzziness when speaking. I still to this day I get the brain fog. I didn't know you had COVID. I fought it pretty well, but I think you guys, if you were really paying attention, you could probably tell that it was. It affects you on a lot of levels. I thought it was the weed. No, I'm pretty good at talking and keeping coherent on weed.
Been upset about in terms of Bill Gates's.
Didn't you get COVID twice? No, I got COVID once. I got COVID once in February this year. I got COVID back on February 6th was when I got my positive test. I got the COVID vaccine and it made me sick, but it was for a day and a half. And I would take that over what COVID did to me 1,000,000 times over. But it doesn't matter how many vaccines you take or how many times you wear a mask. If you have to go out in public and do things, and there's no lockdowns and COVID's still out there, it's going to get you eventually. The vaccines aren't 100%. You keep throwing a dartboard. You keep throwing darts at a dartboard, eventually you're going to hit a bullseye. Eventually COVID's going to hit a bullseye on you, no matter how vaccinated you are, no matter how much you wear a mask. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't take the precautions. It means that you should have a seething hatred towards everybody who questioned or was against any precautions to prevent COVID early on.
Personal position on the vaccine was him stopping Oxford from releasing the patents.
And one-way masking is only so effective. Yeah, the masking is for people who have COVID. If you have COVID and you have to go out in public, you wear a mask. But it's also because, like, the thing about COVID is that even if you're not symptomatic, you can still have it and you can still spread it. COVID can even be incubating in your body for weeks or days on end before you even come down with symptoms, right? And you can be infectious. So wearing a mask, because you don't even know if you have COVID like right now, even if you're not sick and you don't want to get other people sick, is part of it.
Forcing the AstraZeneca vaccine to maintain its IP control, maintain its patent control, and the numerous amounts.
At this point, no one wears masks anymore in America, though. I go out in public, even my liberal ass state of Washington, no one is wearing a mask. No one is wearing a mask, nor have they been for months. So it's just like, we've just kind of resigned ourselves just COVID being the thing that exists now. You're gonna get COVID.
Of misinformation that he spread in terms of how India was not capable of creating an adequate vaccine, and therefore it'd be devastating. And
the only reason I'm not too upset about long COVID being a potentially chronic lifelong thing is because at this rate, inevitably everyone's going to get COVID. And when everyone's dealing with some level of what long COVID is, we're going to find some solutions to that shit real fucking fast. There's going to be some medications and pills you can take. People are going to find a solution to that shit real fast when too many damn people are suffering from that shit. Like, there's going to be a critical mass that gets hit.
Create more vaccine skepticism when India has and is continuing to supply pretty much 75% of the global south with their vaccinations.
I agree with that.
Do you feel like the profit incentive is what causes vaccine skepticism and other medical misinformation to thrive?
No.
Well, I think that there are two.
No, it's not. It isn't. It's one of the very flimsy arguments that anti-vax people take advantage of.
Two things we have to look at here. First of all, we have to have First of all, there's a certain kind of healthy skepticism, certainly. But at the same time, we have to have a general trust in our agencies, the institutional forces which are pillars within our society. We have gotten to the point now where the skepticism has become cynicism, and it is too much. The system is too saturated because we have to have enough trust in these agencies. Now, whether it's the CIA or the CDC, it's sort of the same thing. It's like, do we trust you people? So we have to look at the fact with the CDC as well as others, to what extent did their behavior play a part in some of the distrust, not the unhealthy conspiratorial stuff, but some of the
I
healthy.
can appreciate that even Hassan's chat is like torn. You've got like the hardcore dick riders that are going, yeah, Marianne Williamson for president. And then you've got the people that are just going,
questioning like what was going on here. And I do believe that during COVID, there were people who, most of whom probably with the best of intentions, did not trust the American people to have a more honest conversation. And I think that the transparency is always a good idea, because let people be smart enough to figure some things out for themselves. So I think there was some ways in which some skepticism was almost stimulated by a lack of transparency. Yeah.
I mean, I think epidemiologists run a tightrope whenever they talk about any kind of prevention with respect to further spreading a virus. And yeah, I mean, there were certainly issues with the original communication and how it spread.
And it was a moment of panic.
There was definitely a lot of people that thought that, I mean, it was mostly fomite spread. I myself included, alongside many others, thought that you were supposed to like wipe off your groceries and whatnot. But ultimately, I think that
yeah, I remember that, spraying down your groceries with Lysol. Yeah, so part of the big issue, so this was the big problem with COVID, was that what I think's happened that really fucked us over was that there's been a lot of pandemics that have been quote-unquote fakes. That is to say, when people before COVID, when people imagined a pandemic, they imagined basically what COVID ended up being at its worst, right? They were expecting stretchers and body bags in the street when they heard the word pandemic. Swine flu, bird flu, Zika virus, Ebola. You can really go down the list. But in reality, this is the sad truth of it, these pandemics tend to affect very unfortunate communities in areas that are impoverished, that don't have access to healthcare, and are not getting a lot of media coverage. Usually not where, like, Dude Bros Online live, right? And so, to the perception of a lot of people, there has been time and time again a media frenzy of boy who cried wolf in regards to pandemics. So when COVID started, a lot of people were talking about whether or not this one's gonna be real. Whether or not this one's finally gonna be real. Admit it, a lot of you guys kind of thought the same thing, right? Hypers in chat if the same thing went through your minds. Yeah, like I think a lot of you early on when this whole, like, coronavirus thing was being talked about, you kind of thought maybe this was just, like, is this going to be another one of those, like, not going to be a big deal, I'll never actually come into contact with it viruses or pandemics? A lot of us thought that, right? I have swine flu. I'm so sorry, Ravenswood. The truth is, okay. Well, is it, I imagine it's much like COVID, where it's a lifelong, like, you're fucked now, right? Are you fucked now? Ravenswood, did swine flu, like, fuck you? Because I feel pretty fucked by COVID. I feel pretty dry fucked by COVID, actually. Like, that's the best way to describe it. I feel dry fucked by COVID.
Again, stems from their interest in being as protective as possible over a novel coronavirus that is, was ripping especially the elder population to shreds. Yeah. So I think I give them a lot more
I think as I said, the vast majority of them over there, I absolutely believe that's true. Absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily agree that it's more transparency that would stop naysayers and people that have generated and have a genuine financial interest in spreading COVID misinformation and then even farm their own alternative products. I don't think that would have stopped.
Can be true. Both can be true.
Okay. So, what else to talk about? So, that's
nothing's going on or anything.
No, there's a well, actually, there is a lot going on in the world, but I do feel as though this has been a relatively less interesting cycle for the election. I think people were way more tuned in, and I say this only as, like, a media person, I guess, as much as I am not really.
We're totally about to get into Russia.
A media person, but I analyze the way that at least my generation is looking at, like, elections now, and they do find Joe Biden to be old. They find him not to be a very inspirational figure. A lot of people are complaining about his age and whether he's capable of running again. And the Democratic Party has completely shut off the like any kind of left-wing opposition to that or any kind of person from running against them, even though I'm a firm believer that even if someone is not necessarily has a shot at winning, I think that healthy debate is good and has the capacity to maybe even shift the incumbent on certain positions. Bernie Sanders did that with Obama's second term. I think that was good. Do you feel as though the modern Democratic Party is losing the younger population of voters that feel like Joe Biden is not fulfilling his campaign promises?
Yeah, and I think that even what you just said was repeating their narrative. Even someone who doesn't have a shot at winning, the person who gives a
okay, come on now, let's be fair. Unless Biden has a heart attack tomorrow, no one but Biden has a chance of winning, okay? I know it sucks, and I know it sounds so, like, defeatist or whatever. I'm not being defeatist. I don't think it's a bad thing that Biden's the one that's going to win, because I think Biden has the best chance of beating Trump or DeSantis. I'm simply stating what the reality is, just like I was stating what the reality was back in the 2020 election, that we needed to get behind Biden and stop Trump from getting elected, because if Trump gets elected, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. And you know what response you get from the Bernie or Busters about that? They say, well, Biden got elected, and we still have an not all Republican, but a Republican leading Supreme Court. And it's like, you know, the president picks the Supreme Court justices, right? So if anything happens to any of the justices and Trump was in power, we'd have even more of a Republican lead on the Supreme Court. So that isn't an argument. It's called harm reduction, not 100% guaranteed harm elimination.
Robust progressive agenda right now, offers a robust progressive agenda, is the person who is articulating what the majority of Americans want. The majority of Americans, both Democrats and Republicans, want universal health care. The majority of Americans, both Democrat and Republican, want tuition-free college. And
well, when it comes to universal health care, it really depends. It's really dishonest. I like the stat. I want to like the stat. I want to be able to say that all, like, most Americans agree with what I agree with. I don't want to be defeated. Like, do you think that I want to admit something like most Americans don't agree with something that I like? I am not lying to you right now. When you look at study or polls, I should say, that add more info to the person being polled about what Medicare for all would entail, the rate of support goes down tremendously even among Democrats. That is the problem. Even Democrat voters believe that they are not willing to trade higher taxes for free health care. We need to find avenues through which to explain to them, actually, though, in the long run, that benefits you. The problem is, though, I'm going to be real, I don't think any Americans will believe a politician that tells them that. I don't think any American at this point will believe a politician that tells them this program will increase your taxes, but I promise you, it's going to come back to you in the end. I can't show you proof on paper, but believe me, trust me, your tax money will be going to a good place. There'll just be higher taxes. I promise you. No more premiums was doing good for Bernie. Bernie would over-exaggerate how doable some of the things they'd say he could do were. Like, I literally had an expert on my stream back during the primary to talk about it, who was a Bernie supporter, but, like, basically broke down, like, listen, I'm going to explain to you right now, like, I like Bernie, and I'm a Bernie supporter, but here's why, like, mathematically, factually, indisputably, a bunch of the stuff that he is saying is literally not possible, and it is going to have, like, a bunch of repercussions insofar as tax hits to, like, the amount you have to pay in taxes in the middle class and whatnot. However, in the long run, it will be a benefit because the average American spends way too much on health insurance and doctor's visits already. And, you know, medical emergencies are bankrupting in America for a vast majority of Americans right now. So in the long run, it would be massively beneficial. But on paper, when you more inform people in those polls, the rate of... I need you guys to be informed about how much people support these policies in America. You can't operate under the false assumption that more people support what you believe in than truly do, because it will give you false confidence, and false confidence can be good sometimes and not so good other times.
Tech school, paid family leave, a guaranteed living wage, etc. So they are so institutionally resistant to a robust conversation and allowing a person who is...
Yeah, to put it simply, higher taxes would be offset by healthcare savings. Chill Disastario put it very well in very few words.
Real progressive to have that. So, you know, every time we repeat that, that's just chopping their wood and carrying their water. So, of course, it's boring because they're saying, well, this can be just in a little corner over here. Of course, she's not serious. You know, whereas really someone articulating progressive views right now is the only serious candidate. Serious about climate change, serious about the war machine, serious about healthcare, serious about what is going on. That's what's serious. So, yeah.
The cost for Medicare for all, by the way, would be far more enormous than even Bernie accounted for. Bernie accounts for people who are currently considered to be dealing with health conditions, but there are a lot of people who are like completely under the radar insofar as what health care they need. So many Americans don't go to the doctor about what's wrong with them. So many Americans deal with chronic issues their whole life and never go to the doctor. And it's not even like known. It's not part of any statistic. The actual realistically like adjusting for like how many people in America aren't even accounted for, the cost of actually implementing like Medicare for all is enormous. Fucking enormous. It would cost an insane amount.
It's boring because the real truth is being suppressed. But when I say the real conversation of what's actually happening in people's lives is being suppressed. But you know what it is? It's a fake boring. It's like when Martin Luther King talked about positive peace and negative peace. He said negative peace is where there's no outright conflict, but there's underlying tension.
The price would go down over time, but the problem is the upfront, something that we need to break the American people out of is their right here and now mindset, you know? We got to break them out of their all that matters is the right here and now. We need to make Americans more open to the idea of taking a hit to quality of life in the short term to guarantee a future that is going to be better. We saw this with COVID. If Americans were willing to spend 3 months inside in lockdown during COVID, we'd be all good. America is the reason that COVID is still ravaging the planet right now. Like, even the UK, with, like, all of their faults, handled COVID way better than we did. They had lockdowns. We never had actual lockdowns here. There was never any curfews or, like, if I was out at, like, any time or without a mask, I would be stopped by a cop and not... Like, no state that I lived in had that. Like, private property had it. Like, if you went on to, like, a business and they required masks, you had to wear a mask. But, like... You could just walk down the street and, like, walk past people unmasked, and it wasn't against the rules. Curfews? Yeah, there were curfews in tons of countries. New Zealand, I think, had them. UK, I think Britain had curfews during COVID, at least for a few weeks. I may be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure curfews were a thing in some countries during COVID. No? Am I dumb? I'm pretty sure there were curfews. Almost all of Europe had it. I can vouch for Greece. We had curfews in Quebec. Okay, wait, so I'm not delusional. Okay. I swear I heard about there being, like, hardcore super curfew, like, super lockdowns in many... I know China did it in certain places, and they eliminated COVID. Like, they eliminated COVID. New Zealand super eliminated COVID. Because they were willing to take, like, a month of like, we got to stay inside and kind of, you know, it not be all that good. But then we get to go outside and then there's no COVID after a month. And now to this day, there's like no COVID in New Zealand. Yeah, they locked down their borders and everything, yeah.
And anxiety. You say it's boring, but that's just because underneath, what's rumbling underneath is people acquiescing, giving up, feeling numb, and this kind of emotional decline. And that's also...
Australia handled COVID really well as well. Like, doesn't Australia have, like, 16 COVID deaths or something? Most countries, most developed nations that are not controlled by, like, right-wing fascists, at this moment have less than 1,000 COVID deaths. Like, New Zealand had, like, 2. Australia had, like, 16. America has, like... How many people died of COVID? Hold on. COVID death rate comparison chart by country. Okay, Belgium is the highest. As of... Oh, 2021. Never mind. Oh, yeah, here's as of May. Okay, there we go. The U.S. is currently well in the lead. Johns Hopkins University. The U.S. is currently well in the lead. Brazil coming in second place. India coming in third. Russia coming in fourth. Mexico coming in fifth. Peru coming in sixth. The UK coming in seventh. Italy coming in eighth. Oh, wait, these are COVID. Yeah, COVID deaths, yeah. And then France coming in ninth. I think we cut a lot of countries out of there. But yeah. Yeah, like even the UK, which, you know, they had Boris Johnson, so you still had like hundreds of thousands of deaths in the UK. But here in America, we had Trump. So we saw like now over 1 million deaths. Here's the WHO map. I prefer that. Yep, 1.1 million COVID deaths in America so far. So far. 1.1 million COVID deaths in America so far. COVID's not going anywhere, guys. That's just how many people it's managed to kill so far. This is a long-running game of Plague Inc., friends. Trump ensured that. 336,000 deaths in Mexico. Brazil's rocking 704K. England, 222,000. Australia, 22,000. Sorry, I mixed it up. But still so fucking fewer. New Zealand. Where's New Zealand? Is it not on the map? Is this another map that doesn't have New Zealand? Is this New Zealand? Where is New Zealand? Oh, there it is. Okay. 3,000 deaths. Mongolia, 2,000 deaths. China got hit hard early on. Russia got hit hard. Of course, Putin's a fascist. Yeah. Isn't it interesting how the countries that are more conservative... I mean, India, you would expect to have a lot of deaths because of population. But, like, isn't it interesting how the more conservative countries tend to have the highest death rates? Creating one of the best vaccines ever made and still getting this amount of deaths is insane. Yeah, the vaccines were actually, like, really effective in so far as vaccines go. And we could have annihilated it if we took it as seriously as we took the Spanish flu or polio.
One of the reasons why I feel young people are ready for something more and aren't buying into, well, she's a long shot or she's just maybe she could move the conversation. This is their lives. And I think that those of us who are progressive need to say that. I don't care. Maybe you don't like me for whatever reason. Whatever. For, you know, these narratives that are spun, or kooky, wacky, whatever, which is... I don't think there's anything kooky or wacky about 68,000 people dying every year from lack of health care, 18 million Americans unable to fulfill their prescriptions, 85 million under or uninsured Americans. And no, I have no crystals in my books or in my home or in my lectures. So if people can't see through that...
Okay, is she not into crystals then? Where's the crystal thing come from? She's losing it? No, she's just... I think she's being defensive, but that's natural. She's just right. Yeah, no, I think most of the argument, so, okay. You guys know how Nazis will use true descriptive statements about the world in order to feed into an argument that is a prescriptive statement about the world? I feel like what she's doing right now is taking true descriptive statements, very true ones, that I agree with, that are problems, and then using them to support rhetoric that feels suspiciously open to accepting the far-right Tucker Carlson-esque perspective on populism. It worries me. Like, a lot of you guys, for example, I guess we haven't watched Tucker Carlson in a long time because he got deplatformed by Fox, but, like, Tucker talks like this all the time. Like, he'll say stuff like this all the time, but then use it to feed into a right-wing narrative. Tulsi Gabbard did the same thing. I'm just very skeptical, you know? I'm very skeptical when it comes to faux populism.
I love crystals. I have.
Good.
I don't know where they're at. I wanted to ask you your opinion, but you're not.
Kooky if you have them in your house.
It's sexism. That's why.
Okay. I'm gonna skip ahead to when they talk about Russia. I want to hear them talk about Russia.
Playbook, which I'm sorry if this offends anyone. It started with Obama, and it's that the Democrats have perfected saying the right thing, saying what we want to hear. And it was just fine until you notice what they did. And then too many Democrats go, poor baby, he couldn't, and for excuses when it's something which if a Republican had done, we would have screamed bloody murder. And the president, and Kyrsten Sinema did not force the president to approve the Willow Project. And Joe Manchin did not force the president to not fire the parliamentarian, and so forth, and so forth, and
I
so
agree.
forth. Good.
I want to hear the Russia thing.
Biden to nominate as our Secretary of Defense a former board member at Raytheon. He's in there with it. He's in there with it. I'm sorry. Okay, so there are many issues like that. The Biden administration.
Okay, now they're doing some stuff that could be iffy. I don't like the military weapons production companies and corporations having their fingers in the government and our defense. But like at the same time, I don't think that's Biden's corruption or the Democrats' corruption. That's something that's more of an entire government issue, which applies to the Democrats, but I feel I don't know. It just feels weird. It feels weird to try to take the thunder from Biden with such a bizarre insinuation when, as she seems to admit, Donald Trump needs to be stopped. Or actually, I don't think she's even admitted that. I don't think she even wants to say our top priority should be stopping Donald Trump and the Republicans. That's what Bernie said, though, when Bernie endorsed Biden.
Very serious conversation about term limits because, like you said, and as president, I would have some.
What are your opinions on immigration and how Joe Biden has handled immigration?
Administration would not be traumatized to our national consensus.
Great. Okay, let's talk about some, we agree on a lot of stuff, but let's talk about some stuff that we might not necessarily agree on. So this is the part where it'll get a little bit trickier.
Okay.
A couple things. I have to address this, obviously. There have been a lot of, there's been a lot of writing in the media about possibly mistreatment of your campaign workers. So this is something that I'm sure you're aware of.
Okay.
Would you like to address what they've written and why they're writing this?
Why they're writing it. Gee, I can't even imagine. That's number one. Figure it out. Number two, if you are in a court of law, there are the rights of the accused.
Okay.
If you're in a court of law, those who are accusing me, those who are saying she did this, she said that, would have to raise their right hand and under
12 former staffers, though. 12 former staffers, though. That's a lot of people who all claim to be witnesses to events, multiple events that happened. That's 12 former staffers we read. And they were all witnesses to these stories. They all, backed up each other's version of what happened. They all seem to tell the same story.
Oath, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And when they lob accusations at me, my counsel could cross-examine them, ask them some questions. My lawyer could look at certain evidence. Certain evidence could be shown to the judge and say, this is not legitimate, and the judge could decide.
Could you imagine if I was getting canceled on Twitter for some shit that I was accused of, and my response was just to say, they're canceling me because they can't take me to court, because in the court of law there's a higher standard of evidence than the internet has. What? What is your response to the fact that 12 of your former staffers came out claiming that you're like a raging, belligerent, abusive demon off camera who's brought multiple people in the campaign in your campaign, multiple staffers to tears?
Whether or not it was even shown to the jury. So I say that it's like the old Simon and Garfunkel song, I would not be convicted by a jury of my peers. Am I a perfect person? No. And in the last campaign.
That is some Colleen Ballinger shit, okay? That was a Colleen Ballinger quote. I'm sorry, but dog. I'm sorry. I don't believe her. The toxic gossip train.
I thought, okay, I would raise my voice. I said, God damn, fuck, shit. Not at people so much as damn. It happened. But this one and the stories on this campaign,
There has been turnover, as far as I understand.
Yeah,
as far
and
as
you know what?
campaign
Yeah,
managers.
okay. So Ron DeSantis, big article about Ron DeSantis. And you know how his letting go of 6 people?
Wait, so I'm pretty sure Hassan was talking about the fact that a bunch of her staffers have been quitting, too. She lost another 6 staffers today, by the way. literally today, 6 more staffers quit. Which just so happens to be the day she went on Hassan's stream and claimed what those 12 other staffers said was a lie. Interesting that 6 more staffers quit today from her campaign after she said this. That's interesting to consider too.
Was contextualized, man, he's a strong guy and he's redoing his campaign to make it right. When you look at some of the things that have been done by and said about me by former campaign people in the campaign, given what was true, would you have wanted them working in your campaign? And some people are really wonderful people who it wasn't right for them or wasn't right for us. We don't have $6 million. We don't have $35 million. So we have to be very focused on where the money can be spent.
Okay. Another issue, another thing that we would probably disagree on a little bit is maybe foreign policy, but especially as it pertains.
Wait, hold on. Something I've noticed is this is framed as a debate, but Hassan says, all right, here's something I think we'll disagree on. And then she talks, and then he moves on to the next thing he thinks they'll disagree on. Where's the debate part? Where's the, like, arguing with her part? Where's the debate? Who is this lady? Lady running as in the primaries in the Democratic Party against Biden. She has no chance. It's not, like, you honestly, not even worth remembering her. You're not going to hear about her again after the primary. This is a debate? I haven't really heard much debate. It just sounds more like a convo. Like, Hassan just kind of moves on to the next topic as soon as she's given her take.
To Israel.
Okay.
So Israel is America's greatest ally, according to both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party.
What are we gonna get here?
I want to hear, in your own words, how you deviate away from the Democratic establishment on that front.
Oh, okay,
I do deviate.
good. Okay. If we're talking deviating from the Democratic establishment, we're probably talking being pro-Palestine.
From the Democratic establishment quite a bit. First of all, let me say I am Jewish and I am a lover of Israel. But there is a
Israel conceptually? Please don't attach Judaism to Zionism, please.
this point, the furthest right government that there has ever been in Israel.
Okay. We're taking this in pieces, guys. We're taking it in pieces. We're going to let her talk, but we're taking it in pieces.
The settlements are illegal. The occupation is illegal, and the blockade of Gaza is wrong. Now, that $3.8 billion.
Just straight up. She was right. That is the kind of answers I want from her. So this makes me more suspicious of her other positions, though, like the anti-vax one. She just outright said what she just outright. The settlements are illegal. The blockades are illegal. Like she doesn't say she was very straight to the point. Very straightforward with it. Why was she so flighty on some of those other questions? But based on Israel and Palestine, I mean, I can't fault her for that. That is just objectively the base position to have.
In military aid, there is a memorandum of understanding. So that's there unless there is an act of Congress to pull that back until 2028. However, the president can, and as president...
Thanks, Obama.
Pardon? Yeah, thank you. That, as president, I would absolutely, and could, by the way, the power would be given me, to insist that money not in any way be used in a way that transgresses human rights as we stand for them or purport to stand for them, and as we should stand for them with any ally.
So what are your boundaries as it pertains to Israel? Like, do you consider Israel to be an apartheid state, or is that a bridge too far? Do you think that criticisms of Israel from the likes of Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar are wrong or inconsistent? Because this is something the Democratic Party, again, has claimed. They instead of addressing massacres happening in Jenin or anything of that nature, will turn around and seek to punish their own members in their own caucus, people that have, familial relationships of the oppressed people.
I think that there are certain laws and certain rules in Israel which could legitimately be called apartheid laws. I do believe that it is legitimate that there be a safe haven for Jews. However, a country that is a safe haven for Jews should not be an unsafe place for others. And
Fuck me. Alright. I'm gonna explain the only based take on Israel and Palestine, okay? Israel, as we know it today, was founded in modern history. It was made because, at the core of it, Christians, conservative Christians, believe that God's chosen people have to reclaim the so-called Holy Land in order for a certain series of events to happen, for the rapture to occur, Jesus to return to earth, all of that. The core of why there is so much American support for Israel is based in fundamentalist Christianity. If you live in the South or you live around a lot of Christians, you'll know a lot of Christians like to visit Israel. Christians like to visit Israel because they actually, there's like a lot of Christian significance to the idea of the Jewish people having Israel, that land in particular, and the land that the Palestinians are on too. It's why they support and abide by more of the land being taken from the Palestinian people via imperialist means. Here's the thing, though. There is also the non-religious perspective. Israel, being our ally and being a very powerful military position, is very beneficial to us on the world stage. So there are two fronts in which militarily and religiously and ideologically, America is very prone to being pro-Israel, and Americans are very prone to being pro-Israel. Here's the issue with the concept of abolishing Israel. I don't necessarily agree with that. Much in the same way that I don't agree with, like, Professor Flowers' like, anti-decolonization thing, I don't agree with the idea of, like, destroying Israel or anything like that. Like, just dismantling it and telling everybody to go home. Because a lot of people's homes are Israel. Like, Israelis live in Israel. That's their home. A lot of them born there. A lot of them, like, that's their life, you know? You wouldn't want to, like, relocate them, force them to leave, and, like, destroy their life and everything like that, especially if they're just someone born there who literally hasn't known any other life than existing under the authoritarian right-wing regime that Israel's currently living under right now. So while I don't think Israel needs to, like, not exist, I'm fine with Israel as a country existing, I think that a lot of land needs to be given up. I think Israel should be something more like Vatican City. Vatican City's a country, and it is smaller than Central Park. Okay? I think that if we get, like, there is a lot of land that is currently held by Israel that are literally just Palestinian land as of, like, very recent history, that is just being taken. They're actively consuming land. So that needs to change, and it shouldn't be an ethno-state. Very well said, Kai says hi. This whole, like, narrative about there needing to be a safe haven for Jews is, like, I don't like that talking. I can see how it could not be some weird Zionist shit from the perspective of, like, listen, historically, Jewish people are the most, like, reliably to be hate crimed group or genocided or whatever group ever. So, like, you know, of all the groups to ever exist that maybe we want to have a country for them that they could go to if they want to escape, like, anti-Semitism in the rest of the world, Jewish people might be, like, a candidate for that, like a pretty decent candidate. There might be an argument to be made there, but the ethno-nationalism, the imperialism, the far-right government, the extreme rigorous traditional adherence, I can't get behind it, you know? Those are I think Israel needs to see massive, overwhelming reform. That's my position on Israel.
With the founding, the original ideal of Israel was that it would not be an unsafe.
Yeah, you can't abolish Israel without essentially committing an ethnic cleansing. Good point. That's why I'm not in favor of, like, the people who say, yeah, abolish Israel. Israel shouldn't exist. It's like, well, okay, come on, let's chill a bit, you know? Like, I think there can still be a country of Israel. I think that Israel just needs to stop doing the bad shit. Like, let's make Israel do the good shit.
place for others. And unfortunately, they're actually moving backwards at this point. And sometimes you tell your friends the truth. What Donald Trump did was he went with the far right on the issue of Israel. What what President Biden is doing, which the corporatist Democrats are doing, is hands off, all of that, fear of AIPAC, all of those things that we understand. And I would be very hands on, and I would be taking a stand for equally robust support on the part of the United States for both the security and the human rights of both peoples.
Okay. You say both people, so that's why I'm trying to still understand. The Palestinian population is, as you said, under conditions that could, by legal standard, be considered apartheid conditions. Are you willing to withhold what we consider aid, but is a defense contract?
As I just said to you, there is a memorandum of understanding. It would take an act of Congress to withhold the money until 2028. What the president can do, is insist that that money not be used in anything having to do with settlements, anything having to do with the occupation, anything that in any way transgresses human rights as we in the United States describe them.
What is to do with, what do we also do with the obvious, you already said it's illegal, the occupation is illegal, especially in West Bank. What is to be done with the already existing settler areas in the region?
We've got a problem. You've got a lot
from the American perspective too, because we are an incredibly important ally to Israel, obviously, and we do have negotiation power in the process.
What the U.S. president can and should do is make it clear that we believe, it's not even our belief, it is fact, those settlements are transgress against international law. You know, it's interesting because when Obama was at Tel Aviv University, he did give a speech in which it was clear that he understood what was
law. What are you? A fucking liberal? I will say it is weird how she keeps saying illegal or against the law, which is a strong hit, right? Rather than morally reprehensible or something. But no, I'm not gonna nitpick that deeply. I think I'm not gonna nitpick that deep. She's being very straightforward about her position on this issue.
Really going on there. What the problem was actually effectuating some of the views that he himself articulated. I know people. I know them in Israel and Palestine, and I know people here who do represent a next generation consciousness about that area. And I would gather them, and I would seek to harness that kind of consciousness here in the United States for an entirely new conversation, and I would make it clear the leadership of Israel would know, and I think the leadership among the Palestinians would know as well, that the United States stands for something which is far more enlightened and fair and just than what is occurring now.
What do you think about our treatment of Cubans and Cuban population, Cuba as a country, and the embargo?
You know, it's so interesting. Batista lost. There was a revolution. Castro won. Get over it. That was a long time ago. And I think that, I lived through decades where the hold of Cubans were so resentful because Batista, they had power in Batista. It was like, enough already. Now they have younger generations.
The Cuban embargo does seem pretty fucking pointless at this point. I could definitely do more research on this for sure, so take everything I say with a grain of salt because I'm very normie brained on this topic. But, God, that embargo has been going on since before I was born. Literally, since before I was born. And I literally grew up in Florida. The amount of Cubans that I've met is insane. And it's yeah, we just have, they're right there and we have an embargo with them. We have actively hostile general sentiment with that country's government. The Cuban Revolution and embargo predates civil rights well since before I was born, yeah. It's just... Yeah. Why is the embargo even going on anymore? Is there, maybe there is some knowledge that I'll find upon further research that will be okay, there's actually some level of justification for the embargo continuing. That was kind of what I went through when I looked into why we were still in Afghanistan. But, I don't know. It seems really stupid and pointless. Realistically, because any politician that went against it would look like they're soft on communism. And we can't have that. I guess so. Also, Cuban tobacco is the shit. Don't even like tobacco much, but the stuff they produce is so tasty. I want Cuban tobacco vapes. I don't even want to smoke Cuban cigars. I just want some Cuban tobacco vapes.
grandchildren and great-grandchildren, this embargo of Cuba is cruel. I think that a lot of Americans underestimate the violence of sanctions. The absolute violence and who they actually hurt. So once again, this is an interesting area, isn't it? Obama began to open it up, then Trump closed it down, and this is one of the areas where we thought that
Biden
would reverse.
Yeah.
So no, open it up, let people travel, let people have economic relationships, live their lives, and be happy.
Could you do you think if Castro successfully was able to create the glorious, beloved, godly super cow and like multiply them instead of just getting one, that would be a huge export? Like we would have ended the embargo a long time ago just so we could buy some of those fucking cows. We need to watch the Salmonella video about Castro's cow. It was so fucking funny. It is pretty fucking hilarious that Castro was obsessed with eating dairy and like unironically worshipped cows for it. What? Wait, you guys don't know? All right, we're ending this segment. We're ending this segment with a palate cleanser of communist history. This is the kind of shit you don't learn from a Hassan stream. This is 7 years old? This video is now 7 years old. Jesus Christ. I guess it makes sense a lot of you guys don't know about this.
Hey kids, let's talk about Fidel Castro. We're all familiar with Castro, right? Dictator of Cuba for the whole second half of the 20th century, main antagonist of the Cuban Missile Crisis, you know. Anyway, this man loves three things. He loves Cuba, he loves communism, and good God, does the man love dairy. Yep, you heard me right. The all-powerful dictator of communist Cuba is obsessed with anything related to milk and its derivatives. I drew up a little chart here, right? I call it the Leche Lovin' Ladder. At the bottom you got dairy farmers, then you got Ross O'Donovan, then Mr. Bones, then starving babies, and then all the way up at the top here, you got Fidel Castro. Today, I'm going to share a few true stories that illustrate his preoccupation. Okay, the first one isn't really a story so much as a fact, but according to several sources, Castro was known to be able to eat 18 scoops of ice cream after a meal.
That is fucking crazy. That is actually insane. Remember, after a fucking meal, Castro either never shat or shat constantly. I don't know which. Was he constantly constipated, or was he like able to propel around Cuba using his like projectile diarrhea?
More than 2 pints. If that doesn't impress you, then go try it for yourself. Me, I can barely manage a pint and a half on an empty stomach, and Castro's doing it on top of a full meal. But it gets better. Being such an ice cream connoisseur, Castro ordered the construction of an ice cream shop. But this isn't your average everyday parlor, not by a long shot. He built a straight up ice cream complex taking up an entire city block.
This apparently still exists, by the way.
This was a piece of modern architecture too, in total contrast to the surrounding slums, all for the sake of ice cream. The place is called Copelia, and it's still open today. Of course, Castro's obsession went beyond just personal pleasure. Dairy was so dear to him that it often found its way into diplomatic interactions. Like one time, a French diplomat came to visit, so Castro whips out some Cuban cheese. Specifically though, it was Camembert cheese, a variety that France is famous for. French guy was like, hey, not bad, it's almost as good as the French kind. Try it again. I think you'll find it's even better than the French. Alright, I wouldn't say that. I'm sorry, are you disrespecting my cheese? In my house? On my island? No, I mean it's good, I just said the French kind is better. Maybe if you froggy fucks bathed once in a while, you'd be able to taste the cheese instead of your own B.O. Listen, you've got your cigars, we've got our cheese, live with it. Fine. Fuck him, it's good cheese. I'm paraphrasing just a little bit, but that's basically how it went down. So already it's obvious that dairy...
Look at the link that Njord sent. Are we gonna look at the ice cream parlor? Copelia is an ice cream parlor chain in Cuba, originally built in a project led by Fidel Castro. Copelia is a state-run and sells in Cuban pesos. Havana's Copelia employs more than 400 workers and serves 16,000 liters of ice cream to 35,000 customers per day. It is named after the ballet Copelia. When businesses started in 1966, it ran with an impressive count of 26 flavors and 25 combinations. Today, lines are generally long, and the supply and selection of flavors is scarce, with usually only 1 or 2 available at any given time. Havana's Copelia is a Cuban Revolution modernist building from 1966. It features 5 white granite discs annexed to one great helicoidal staircase. Fuck this. I'm not reading about architecture, okay? Here's a picture of our. This is the best artist rendition that we can find on all of the internet. It looks like the arc reactor from Iron Man. There are photos online. Okay, hold on. I like how he's stun-locked into talking about Castro's dairy addiction. Oh, here's a actual photo. Let's go. Oh, it's fucking huge. Oh my god. The sky view doesn't do it justice. This looks like a normal-ish sized building, like a pretty big building, but like not that crazy big from here. But then if you look at the side view and get, like, you could start to realize this place is fucking massive. This is an ice cream complex. Anyway. Marianne Williamson seems pretty cringe. I'm going to be honest. The stuff she's been exposed for by 12 of her former staffers is pretty sus. Her rhetoric seems to be pretty, like, very much filled with buzzwords. It feels like it's trying to appeal to, like, the Tulsi supporter types. And I'm really worried that this is just another Tulsi grift, you know? They're like, it's not unheard of. So that's my take on it, honestly, though. That's just my honest take. How do you guys like that segment? Oh, I'm not repeating myself, Gatsukato. You'll have to watch the video. We gotta finish the Salmonella video? Nah, it's not related. Sure, Cherry. Another debate review. I think I'm gonna find something else to cover instead, actually. Because that debate review is going to be long, and I'd rather do it during the Minecraft thing that I'm doing. And, yeah, I just prefer that. It's more ideal. Why? What happened? I'm tired, guys. Like, I've been live for nearly 4 hours now, guys. I can't... I gotta eat some food. I'm tired. I woke up early this morning just to stream. It's now 3 p.m. and I went live at noon. I don't got that much energy. I'm actively sick from long COVID, so I'm like actively trying to stay alive. Config is 90% done. Hell yeah, hashed. So yeah, we'll probably launch the server. I mean, I don't know how much more time Hash needs, but like, assuming it would be ready to launch like today, if it's like 90% done. I'm taking tomorrow off. And I'll be streaming on Sunday and Monday. So what I think might be cool to do is to start it on the 26th. Or no, how about this? Let's start it on the 25th. Do you think you can do it by the Do you think you can get it ready to start by the 25th, Hash? Tuesday, the 25th. I feel like that, like having a couple days before my birthday on the server would be nice, because then we'd be able to have stuff built to do like a party. Yeah, I can do that. Hell yeah, Hashed. Donate to me so I can pay Hashed extra. I just need to call you tonight. All good with me. All good with me. Thank you, Hash. Cherry T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. Sent me a YouTube link called Eel Dick. Okay, yeah.
What's a nigga gotta do to get some eel dick? As it
Let's hope Cherry T21 didn't just get me banned from Twitch. Thanks, Salmonella. Is that a strike? No, that wouldn't be a strike. I wouldn't get a strike for that. Almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. Carl Marky Marks, thank you for the two tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Gifted to Lena Lux and 8-Bit BF, said, are you going to cover the latest iDubbbz interview? Latest iDubbbz interview? That actually does sound interesting. Okay. That sounds like it could be interesting. Thank you for the support. Let's look into it. If it's super long though, I don't know if I have the energy in me for it. All that's coming up are hate videos. People are still monetizing shitting on iDubbbz. This link?
There's a lot of...
Okay. Oh my god, it's so long. That's what she said. But okay, it's not too long. We could do this. We can do it. Yeah, we got this. We got this. I will reward myself with a nice order of Popeyes after this, because I've actually been binge eating Popeyes lately, like unironically. I had never had Popeyes before. I tried it for the first time last week, and I've had it 6 times. It's so good. It's so good. I literally feel like I've had my life opened up. I've opened up to a whole new level of reality. My favorite is to get their chicken tenders. Like, I get their 4-piece chicken tender. Then I get the side of mashed potatoes with the Cajun gravy, and then a biscuit. And I dip the biscuit in the gravy and mashed potatoes, like the chicken nugget and a biscuit thing. And then I eat that. I finish up the mashed potatoes, and then I eat the tendies. Goes so hard. I eat the fries, too, but I've already decided what my favorite thing is. I tried, like, a bunch of things in the menu, and I've laser-focused in on my favorite thing. And as an autist, I eat the same thing every time because I know what I like. Listen, if you know, you know. Diogenes Camus, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says Zan, talk with Chariot to nerd over Tolkien. Her video about Jacobin article, Marxism in Middle-earth, are both fantastic. Oh yeah, that could be a fun combo. Nerding out about Tolkien with Chariot could be fun. I don't know if you guys would want to watch that, though. I feel like that'd be more of just like a chill, like, thing to do with friends. Have you ever eaten tamales? Oh, yeah. Me and my grandma used to make them. My grandma and I would go around the neighborhood looking for banana trees so that we could steal, like, in people's yards, so that we could steal the leaves to cook tamales in. Other than that, you can do it in corn husks, but banana leaves are ideal. And that's what she would use. So... bro, my leaves. And he had to get green ones, too, so we were, like, hacking with a machete. Just like, yeah. I'm literally crying right now. I was, like, 8 years old, and my grandma was, like, 54. And we were, like, we were just breaking laws, bro. We're, like, I don't need to worry about snitching, because I'm just snitching on myself now. My grandma's dead. She's in the afterlife now. She's gotten away. She's gone where the police can never get her. Yeah, my grandma was awesome. She let me play with machetes and stuff. It was great.
You know, black creators and black people in general have had to deal with the environment.
Wait, why'd I just, like, instantly press play on the video? We gotta do the intro. We can't just immediately start watching. What do you mean? What do you mean? You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So if you've been watching me for a while now, then you'll know that I have a little bit of a pet peeve over this, like, insane hysteria that's happened in regards to iDubbbz's recent character development. It really seems like the entire, like, EdgeTube sphere just wants to demonize him and make him out to be, like, this monster. But the basis on which they have founded that is Sam Hyde. It really, like, there's been this sentiment since long before, but Sam Hyde really helped to popularize it. And he's like a right-wing comedy dude who, you know, may or may not be a Nazi. Who could know? Who knows? But basically, since then, the narrative that iDubbbz is a cuck and his wife is like Yoko Ono and she's evil and ruining his life and turning him into a simp has basically been the consistent narrative that's been going around. You've seen, like, a lot of people who used to be iDubbbz fans now shitting on him and stuff. Overall, it's all a lot of terminally online stuff, and it's the kind of thing that I think is going to pass in the long term. I think that a lot of this deranged hatred for YouTubers who grow out of their old, like, immature, edgy phase from when they were younger and start to mature into a more, you know, just a different person as they become an adult. I think that kind of thing is just the sort of thing that a lot of people mad about it right now are going to grow to understand as they go through that same journey. Like, a lot of these people are pretty young. As you start to grow up more, you realize that you change a lot. And when you realize how much you've changed as you grow up, you start to realize how much other people do too. And, yeah. Basically, I'm not on this, like, iDubbbz hate train. I know that everybody at this point is just standing there waiting to see if anything bad happens to him so they can celebrate it and say he deserved it. But I think he's overall a pretty good guy. I don't think him becoming more progressive with his politics means that he's, like, a bad person, like most of YouTube seems to think. But recently he did an interview with another YouTuber, which is pretty interesting because this is a much smaller YouTuber, 31,900 subscribers. This channel has. Her name is Olurinati the Show. Olurinati the Show. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to this video in the chat. So you guys can, like, go and drop support on the original video, like drop some likes, drop some subs, drop some comments, especially because for those of you guys that don't know, even commenting on videos helps the video because you're giving it engagement. So yeah, send some support. I'm really interested to see what this interview is about. It's called The Leftist Rebrand, in quotes. So this is going to be him, like, in-depth talking about the political side of his evolution. I'm genuinely excited to hear what he has to say. Zan, I reckon you could get in a combo with iDubbbz. That'd be pretty dope. That would be pretty fucking dope.
A lot of, you know, black creators and black people in general have had to deal with the environment that, you know, me and, you know, other creators have made.
Because if we had the ability to cancel you, you wouldn't have been successful in the first place.
And I totally get Francesca's feelings of, like, you can't, like, undo 5-10 years of harassment that I've received.
Like, not being a racist, not being a bigot is the bare minimum. We're not giving out cookies for that.
I can agree with that.
I want to preface this video with a disclaimer. If you are somebody who innately finds the mention of race or racism agitating, turn this video off and go where the love is, because you are not gonna find it here, babes, and we are being productive today. This is not a drama video. It's not a video about canceling anyone. It's not even a video about railing against white content creators who create platforms doing bigoted content and apologize and or pivot. It's about trying to get to the root of how these platforms come to exist in the first place, why they seem to persist in spite of the communities that they harm, actively telling those creators that it causes harm, and what, if any, material things those creators can do to mitigate the harm they've caused and or at least demonstrate their sincerity, so we as an audience can better determine who is being genuine and who's just trying to make some kind of leftist rebrand. Because the reality is, this exists, this happens. So what do we do?
iDubbbz is definitely not making a leftist rebrand. I think it, like, from the start, I think it's pretty clear that even iDubbbz knew that, like, this evolution of his is inevitably going to lead to significant harassment, hate, loss of subs, loss of fans, loss of income, and it did. Predictably so. He built an audience on being super edgy and super offensive and, you know, kind of catering to a bit more of a conservative audience. And so I think it's very inevitable that this, what a lot of people would label a leftist rebrand, was not a leftist rebrand, but more of just him tanking the hit to his career while being honest about his development as a person.
Going forward. This is not a video about condemnation. It is about problem solving, and it's about recognizing very real realities, very different kinds of harms and different perspectives and opinions people are entitled to have around harm that is caused. I interviewed iDubbbz, or Ian.
I was being very, just generally uncaring.
But before I show you that interview, I need to first give you a little backstory and explain to you why I interviewed him so you have the proper context to view it in. Because again, this is not about him as an individual. He is a case study, which is why I first interviewed Francesca Ramsey, an amazing writer, comedian, actress, and also somebody that iDubbbz had personally attacked and caused a harassment campaign to wage against her for years. I started thinking about this because I co-host a show called The Leftist Mafia. And a couple of months ago, we had to remove one of our co-hosts, Illuminati.
I think it's just getting to the point where I kind of just have to accept that the majority of left-wing content creators at this point are part of the clique that hates me for being too based and correct all the time. For those that don't remember, I criticized whenever the stuff about Illuminati was exposed being an abuser. I covered it, and the evidence was overwhelming, and Lance covered it. Lance of the Serfs covered it as well. But his response was to defend Illuminati and to accuse the victims of being malicious liars. So I responded to his video, in his defense and his defending of her. I claimed that he was doing abuse apologia, which is what he was doing, objectively speaking. I think anyone can agree on that. And his response to that was to go on the offensive against me. And so it ended up is that a Yamaha in the background? Where the fuck would there be a Yamaha? It's quiet in here. I don't know what you guys are hearing. What ended up happening was he went on the attack against me. A Yamcha? I don't know what that is. I don't know what a Yamcha is. I have no clue what you guys are talking about. It was a typo, the orange guy. Okay, you guys have to stop. You guys have to stop distracting me. I need you all to stop stun locking me right now. I need you all to stop stun locking me this very instant. Stop it. You're stun locking me. I forgot what I was saying. Bring it back. Give me back what I was saying. Give me back what I was saying. Alright. I'm doing a 5-minute mute on everybody who said Yamcha. Mute. Yamcha. 5 minutes. This is your punishment. Oh, Lance of the Vic. Okay. You guys reminded me of what I was talking about, so now I don't have to ban you guys or mute you guys for 5 minutes. Okay. So, the basically what Lance ended up doing was going on the attack against me, instead of really defending his defense of Illuminati, because that looks really bad. And what ended up happening after that was Well, we had a back and forth where he would just like refuse to acknowledge what I criticized him for. And at one point he calls me Slander Hall. And I joke about how that insult was like come up with originally by Nazi lolicons who are mad I was pointing out that they're pedophiles. And so I made fun of him for his like snide insult he was using to try to insult me for calling out his abuse apologia. I make a joke about that, and he accuses me of saying that he's pedophile adjacent. And so now to this day, he maintains that I accused him, a bisexual man, as he makes clear to clarify, of being pedophile adjacent. So, yeah, I really can't stand that sphere. Never mind. I'll have to see more from that person other than their association with an abuse apologist. Identity politics trap card? True. Real. Not false. Humanist Report? Yeah, Humanist Report is good. I feel like, should we make a... Is there like a breadtuber... Breadtuber tier list. Oh yeah, this one's big. Okay, we got a big tier list here. Can I move stuff around on this one? No, I can't. Remix this list. Okay. Wait, I would want to view the template, right? I got an idea. Are you stopped? Yeah, I stopped the video. Wait, how do I do the tier list myself? What the fuck? I'm an orbiter now? Based. I'm so trying to get this tier list thing to work, because I feel like this would be a cool segment to do, where there's 3 categories: based, cringe, and IDK. And we go over all the popular, like, people known within the left and in this, like, general orbit. And we go over, like, the current, like, state of things. So right now, I'm really trying to find a way to edit this tier list, but it if I delete a row, it'll delete all of the things. It doesn't let me have a blank version. I can't get a blank version. There's a remix that I can do, there's a template, but the template's not actually empty. So it's not actually a tier list maker, it's someone else's tier list you get to see, not an actual tier list. Rename and delete. I swear, there's a website that lets you publicly access tier lists. That's got to exist. I know that exists somewhere. And I'm sure it's Tier Maker, because it's what everybody seems to use. Why is it so user-unfriendly? There's no way. Nope, you guys aren't sending me the correct links. I need a direct link to a page where it is the tier list, because I'm not finding it. Alignment chart, that's not anything. That's nothing. Why give me that? Why not give me an empty tier list? Why is it filled out already? I can't. I'm just gonna end stream. I think I'm just gonna wrap up stream. This is my only other idea for a segment for today, so I think I'm just gonna wrap up stream because this tier list shit, this site is awful. Like this? Ah, but that's so fewer people. Is there only one available like that for that? Okay, hold on, chat. See if you can make this link. See if you can make this link into one that's like good. This is my tech illiteracy coming out right now. Make that link one that is good. I can't find whatever stupid button on this poorly designed page I need to click to get like a blank tier list. Could you get that one to be a blank tier list and send me the link? Scroll down and click reset. Oh shit, that does work. Thank you, I appreciate it. Who said that? Who said that? Who said it? Who said it? Megamania. Guess what? Guess what, Megamania? You were the first person to help me when having a problem, which means you are going to be rewarded with the lovely where is it? Where is it? Contributor role. There you go. Go ahead and say something. There you go. That emote signifies that you're like, that's what I'm going to use now from here on out for people that like actively are really on top of helping me out when I'm streaming and I need like a link or something and someone's like really proactive about it. That you'll get a nice little symbol, and that'll mean you're a known good chatter. I don't know. Anyway, let me get this made really fast. All right. All right. This should be a good segment. This will be spicy. This will be a good meme. Cherry T21, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. That's a very kind $25 donation of support. Thank you so goddamn much. Thank you for the gifted subs to Cruise Control, Unexpected Twist, Infex, MSDXR, and Solder Girl. Said, sorry, I didn't think that it would be a Twitch ban thing. Sorry, Zan, I just grabbed my favorite Salmonella clip out of context. Sorry, chat. Yeah, it's okay. You really gotta think about that stuff in the future. You can't send me stuff that might be against TOS, you know? Alright. Okay, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So everybody, if you've been following me lately, then you might be aware of the fact that being based in the online left has a tendency to basically cause you to be hated by a lot of people that are popular and well-liked in this space. I have faced this reality myself, and it is very much an unfortunate truth of being a political online figure on the left is that a lot of people are going to hate you for being right all the goddamn time. So there have been a lot of people in the space that I was once friends with, or I once looked up to, or had a very positive opinion of overall, that now hate my guts, or hate my friends' guts, or just generally hate the guts of the community that I inhabit, the part of the left that I inhabit, the debate brosphere or whatever. And so it's gotten to the point now where I will be streaming and I'll name drop a content creator, or unrelated to that, like a content creator will get name dropped, and I'll mention, oh, I don't like them because this and that, and then a bunch of people in chat are like, what? What are you talking about? What? I'll be like, yeah, you didn't know about that? And then, like, I end up stun locking for like 15 minutes giving background lore. So I thought, why not make a nice little drama bait video? Not necessarily a drama bait video. I'm sure it'll end up having that effect. I mean, ideally it won't. I mean, I'd prefer for this just to kind of be a video that helps my own audience know what the state of, like, the left online's general leanings are. But, yeah, let's get into it. I'm excited to do this. I found a tier list of all of the, most of the more popular, progressive figures online. And they even have their names there, so I don't have to recognize them by image. And I have 3 categories. Based, which will signify that we're cool. You know, I'm cool with that person. It's not necessarily that I agree with them on everything. It's just that we're cool, and I think they're a decent person. Cringe is if they hate me, or I hate them. If I hate them, it's going to be for good reason. And then IDK is for, I don't know who this is. Like, I don't know what they think of me, I don't know what I think of them, and I don't know who they are. And I'll elaborate per person, right? So it's not really a tier list so much as it is a category organizer, right? There's 3 categories. I'm cool with this person, I don't know, and I'm not cool with this person. And this is literally just going to be to help you guys know if you think that my read of people in this space is worth anything, for you guys to know, like, what my opinion is on many people in this sphere. So let's get right into it then. I'm excited to get accused of drama baiting on this one. Demon Mama! We're off to a good start. Demon Mama is a friend of mine. In fact, I think we're going to be hanging out in, like, literal days. The blackberries are actually going into ripening right now. Like, they're actively ripening around Seattle, like, everywhere. If you live in Washington or any of that area, you know what I'm talking about. This is my first year in Washington. I've only been here a couple months, so I'm excited to do some foraging, make some blackberry pie. It's going to be really fun. So Demon Mama is, of course, based. Destiny. So Destiny, I'm going to have to put in the cringe category for a couple of reasons, okay? So on one hand, Destiny played a instrumental part, a pivotal part in where, like, me getting to where I am today. That is undeniable. I would not be where I am now if it were not for Destiny. That is just objectively true. Like, he was a pretty substantial inspiration, and he helped to get me out of that, like, era of bullshit right-wing propaganda dick writing, and I'll always have some appreciation for that. But he is engaged in some pretty vitriolic behavior towards friends of mine. He oftentimes takes some pretty, like, contrarian takes for no reason other than to just stir up shit a lot of the time, it seems. So, and he doesn't really seem to like me much from the look of things. He seems to not like me. So I guess I would have to put him in the cringe category, since I guess we're not on good terms. I don't know much about Comrade Cora. Does anybody know? Can anybody give me, like, some hints? Because I know Comrade Cora's name. I don't know whether or not... I don't know if they're a fan. She's a YouTube pooper. Oh, wait. Wait, I know Comrade Cora is friends with Shoe on Head. Oh, okay, Comrade. Yeah, so that makes sense. She hates you? Okay, that makes sense now, because I had the falling out with Shoe. That makes sense. She's a TTT trans girl? Okay, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, Comrade Cora hates me, probably because of the Shoe on Head falling out. No, so that's cringe. Okay. ContraPoints. We're going to be putting ContraPoints in cringe. Unfortunately, that bridge has been burnt, my friends. I have so much respect for ContraPoint's early work, but, like, for one, she hasn't uploaded in, like, a year, and her last video was a drama video about Vosh. So, and it was her backing up the very poor decision she made to defend Kat Black and her sexual harassment of Vosh. ContraPoints truly fell off, and the way she fell off was by finally giving in to the abusive torrent of cancellation she was receiving from her haters. Cops Hate Mo is a friend of mine. I like Cops Hate Mo. We've had disagreements in the past, but they've always been in good faith. Cops Hate Mo and I had like a conversation about the negative aspects of using the R slur, and even though we disagree on some aspects of it, Cops Hate Mo doesn't seem to hate me or act in bad faith, and I like Cops Hate Mo, and I think their arguments are coming from a good place, a actually constructive place, and so I like Cops Hate Mo, and I think Cops Hate Mo is pretty chill with me too. CGP Grey. That is going to be a cringe for me. Oh boy, are you guys going to be surprised by this one if you don't know. CGP Grey is a fucking asshole. The dude fucking false copyright striked. The guy issued 2 false copyright strikes on a reaction channel that does completely transformative, completely fair use reactions, claiming that, like, oh, they're not fair use, even though they ended up getting fixed. He had the entirety of, like, that side of YouTube on his side, this YouTuber. I think it was Vlogging Through History. I covered it all. You should look it up, CGP Grey, Vlogging Through History, something like that. I covered it a while ago. I don't have all the details at mind. What I remember, though, is the evidence came to a final conclusion of CGP Grey is like an actual piece of shit. Like an actual piece of shit. Creationist Cat. I like Creationist Cat, aka Vadim. The only real disagreements we had in the past were on whether or not Shuan Head should be, like, accepted as part of the left, and to be completely honest with you guys, I lost that argument in hindsight, so Creationist Cat gets I told you so privileges in that front, so we're chill. Curio. I recognize this person from Twitter posting, but I just don't know them well enough to have any strong opinion or to know their opinion on me, so I'm gonna go with I don't know. Does Scrub King's shit talk... I think the Scrub King has shit talked me in the past and said, I think he shit on me during the Lonnie stuff, too, with my abusive ex. I may be wrong about that, so if I am wrong, then I apologize. Feel free to, like, DM me on Discord. My username is just Xanderhall, and I'll like, pin a comment or something, but I'm pretty sure... I'm almost certain the Scrub King, like, kind of shit on me during the whole Lonnie thing. Isn't the guy that had it? Yeah, I think the Scrub King's been cringe on several fronts, so I think we'll put him there. Dave Rubin Clips. This is like a meme channel that makes fun of Dave Rubin, I think. I haven't really seen much of their stuff, so I honestly can't know. It sounds good, but I just don't know enough. David Pacman. Ooh, fuck. Ooh, listen, I like David Pacman, but bro's got some cringe takes. Zan Curio is just Sophie from Mars, that's her old name. Oh, that's Sophie from Mars. Okay, easy cringe. Okay, I had no idea. Okay, this is, okay, because I recognize this old profile picture and name from prior to Sophie from Mars going by Sophie from Mars, but okay, so yeah, that's an easy cringe. These people have all blurred together into, like, such an amalgam of, like, bad people I've encountered that I unironically don't remember what Sophie from Mars did. What did Sophie from Mars do to me again? I need a refresher, chat. These people just kind of blend into, like, a general... Oh, oh, yeah, Sophie from Mars pushed the sex cult lie. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's connecting now. Okay, that's Sophie from Mars. Okay. All right, yep. Dude, I shit you not, I have so little care for these people, I can't even remember what they did to me after, like, a month, because if I actually did remember it, like, I'd be dwelling on it, so you just have to forget that shit. David Pacman. Okay, David Pacman. David Pacman's really hard to pick. I'm gonna have to put him in I don't know. He's had some good takes, and I think overall he's a pretty good force for good in politics, but he's had some pretty destructively cringe takes. Philosophy Tube. Ooh. She's had some cringe takes, but, like, she's not done anything monstrous. Has she? Is there something I'm forgetting? What has Philosophy Tube done? What has Abigail Thorne done that because I feel like I'm blanking right now. I have to put her in the I don't know category. I don't know where we stand with her. I actually don't know where we stand with Philosophy Tube at the moment. I like Philosophy Tube's content. She doesn't like Vosh. Ooh. Yeah, I honestly can't say. That's not a good sign. If she doesn't like Vosh, she probably doesn't like me, considering me and Vosh are friends. Actual Jake is going to go into the cringe tier. So, let me give you guys the backstory with Actual Jake. Because I actually didn't really have much issue with Actual Jake at all. What I ended up having issue with was Actual Jake's partner, but I didn't even apply that dislike to Actual Jake until Actual Jake decided to go after me. So what ended up happening was, the sex cult drama initially happened, and Actual Jake's partner, Legend of Phoenix, I think she goes by, who I was friends with at the time, believed the sex cult allegations and jumped on board with them and called me like a weirdo, like said, this stuff that's coming out about you is making you look like a real creepy weirdo, and then like blocked me. And it was like, I lost a lot of friends because of the sex cult stuff, and it took me a bit to get all the evidence compiled and prove them wrong. So, it was just, you know, a lot of people really made themselves look a bit embarrassed by jumping onto those allegations right as they came out before I debunked them. But Actual Jake's partner was one of them. But then after it all kind of wound down, she refollowed me on Twitter and stuff and kind of like acted like nothing happened. And then the Lonnie stuff went down, and she also like kind of subtly took Lonnie's side, my abusive ex's side, and all of that, which really upset me. And that was what was the final straw that broke the camel's back for me. And I blocked her. And then she got mad, and then Actual Jake got mad at me for blocking her and called me out for blocking his partner. There's also Jake and his partner going after White Nervosa and Poppy. Yeah, so Actual Jake's in the cringe category. Alan Fisher? I don't know who this is. This is a funny profile picture, though. Does anybody have lore for this person? Like, do we know what crowd this person's thrown in with? Was it before or after you posted your evidence about Lonnie? Before, but my problem with Actual Jake's partner was that like every time she would like immediately jump on board with the Zan has been canceled, this is so bad for him, it's over for him train, and then pretend it never happened after I'd proved myself innocent. Is Alan Fisher cool? Okay, I just don't know about them, so I'm gonna put them in IDK. Amtrak Guy 365. I don't really know anything about this guy. Is it not just bikes type guy? Oh, that sounds really cool, actually. That really does sound cool. Amtrak Guy 365. Really don't know who this is. I actually do not know. I genuinely don't. Denims. So this is an interesting one because me and Denims were actually pretty good friends. We even hung out in real life, but we actually haven't spoken in like a year. And around the time, like I'd messaged her a couple times, and she never replied, and I'm not the kind of person that can send multiple messages after, like, not having a reply, so I just, like, haven't spoken to her in, like, a year now. And so I don't know, like, what the state of our friendship is, but I know she's friends with quite a few people who hate me, which isn't a very good sign. She's not a Destiny orbiter. No, her and Destiny do not get along. I know that she's like very much a Hassan orbiter though. She is like very much a big time Hassan simp. So yeah, I don't know. Like we were pretty good friends, and we've literally hung out in real life. So I'm tempted to sit like. I'll go with I don't know. Because I actually don't know what the standing is right now with Denims. But I would lean more on we're probably not cool. Just judging off of, like, the vibes. Who is this again? Angie Speaks. Oh yeah, I see her name. Angie Speaks is cringe. I forget what Angie Speaks did, but I remember having to cover Angie Speaks in a negative fashion many times over the course of many years. I genuinely... I genuinely don't remember anything about... Yeah, Angie Speaks went down the cringe route. Yeah, Peter Coffin's co-host. Yeah. Yeah, Angie Speaks went down the cringe route. I remember. Yeah, that was rough. Angie said she would... Yeah, she said she would come if Trump was elected. She was in the big Bernie or bust crowd. I remember that. Yeah. Folding ideas. Folding Ideas hates me and Vosh and all the debate bros. He thinks we're problematic and cringe. I loved his content. Then I found out he hates me. Simple as that. He thinks we're like problematic Nazis or whatever. He's in like the cornbread sphere. Games as literature. I haven't really seen any of their content, so I'd have to put them in I don't know. Gravel Institute. They might have posted cringe more recently, but they followed me on Twitter, which is pretty based. I think I'm on good terms with the Gravel Institute because are they cringe now? They're cringe now? They're anti-Ukraine. Oh, yeah, they did go cringe. Okay, I remember now. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Appreciate it. Hakeem is cringe. He's a tanky. There are no good tankies. Let's not fool ourselves. There are just no good tankies. Hassan is cringe. He is a tanky enabler. He has very regular bad takes on Ukraine and Russia. He has had to walk several of them back, but it is very clear where his general biases lie. He has Vosh banned from his entire sphere. You're not allowed to even talk about Vosh in his community. Keffels is also banned as a topic and as a person from his community. He does not collab with any people in my space or any people that I'm friends with because he is very much friends with the cornbread tube sphere. He recently had, Hassan actually recently had, FD Signifier on stream, where they shouted out, Professor Flowers, I believe? Yeah, I believe they shouted out Professor Flowers, yeah, among some other, people who've made hit pieces on, the Debate Bro sphere. So, like, Hassan is fully on that side of things. Like, he is not, like, he doesn't like us. He doesn't like me or Vosh or anybody in this space. H-Bomber Guy. I actually think H-Bomber Guy has maintained a pretty, like, I just think he's based. I don't know what our, like, our stance is on each other. I don't know if he knows who I am, but he's based. I don't care. Dono T. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is at all. Dylan Burns, based. Me and Dylan Burns are friends. I really appreciate and respect the fuck out of everything Dylan Burns is currently doing. Just all around. Like, he does really good content all around, but especially in Ukraine. He is currently in Ukraine as we speak. Just overall based. I like Dylan Burns a lot. Emperor Tiger Star. I don't know who this person is. Eve Brow Cinema. I don't know who this is. Faraday Speaks. This is actually some interesting lore to give you guys. Faraday Speaks basically started BreadTube on accident, I would say. Hear me out. This guy made the How I Left the Alt-Right Rabbit Hole video that went mega viral, was interviewed by the New York Times, and basically was the guy whose story helped push the alt-right radicalization stuff along with the Christchurch shooting into the mainstream back in early 2019. He doesn't really upload or do anything anymore from what I've seen, but I think he's pretty chill. I'll put him in like the IDK section because we haven't really spoken in a long time. But I know that he had some weird stuff come out about him that was a little weird, so I don't want to put him in based because I don't remember what it was and I don't want to attach myself to it. Film Critic Hulk. I don't know who this is. Behind the Bastards. I don't know who this is. Jimmy Snow. I'm pretty sure me and Jimmy Snow are cool. Unless he's, like, had a recent change in affiliation. Jimmy Snow, I think, is pretty cool. I think we're cool, yeah. Jimmy Snow had drama with his ex, unfortunately. Was it, like, bad? Like, is he, like, exposed as bad? Is there some shit about him that we don't know? Jimmy Yikes? I think it was enough to tank his channel. Okay, we'll put him in I don't know. John Boris, I don't know. History. Buffs, I guess? I don't know. Hunter Avalone, I think we're cool. He has some cringe takes from time to time, and we disagree from time to time, but me and Hunter Avalone are chilling, we're friends. And I know that he's a good person. Innuendo Studios hates me, Vosh, and all my friends. He hates us. I like his content, he's made some great videos, but he hates us. He's in the cornbread tube sphere. Intellectual media, I don't know who this is. Jack Saint doesn't like me, and I don't think I like him. I don't know. Jacob Geller, I don't know what my position is on him, and I don't know what he thinks of me. James Medlock, I honestly don't know. Jangle's Science Lad, based. Jangle's Science Lad is a damn good debater, and from my last, like, interaction with them that I can remember, Jangle's Science Lad is based. We're on good terms, I think. So yeah, pretty cool. Chapo Trap House, I gotta go with IDK. They can make some damn good takes and have some damn good comedy when things are going good, but ever since Bernie, they've been in the cringe mode, so gotta give them I don't know. Cumtown, I don't know. I've seen some funny clips from them, but it's never held me long. Corvidae, actively engaged in slandering me back in the day, accusing me of being transphobic and ableist and pushing the sex cult accusations about me. Or I should just say sex cult, like slander about me. So yeah, Corviday's actually a bad person. Kraut, here's the thing, Kraut despises me. And he despises Vosh too. But he despised us for being friends with Shoe on Head. And the reason he was so upset was the years of abuse that he received from the alt-right for going against them and calling out the alt-right and their prevalence within the anti-SJW sphere. So the fact that he was mad at me for, like, something that he ended up being right about, I honestly can't fault him. He was an absolute lunatic having a genuine meltdown, screaming like his eyeballs were gonna burst open in his debate with Vosh. But he was right. So I gotta give him, I don't know. I can't put him in the cringe category for it, because he was actually right in the end. So I'll put him in I don't know. I'm absolutely willing to build bridges with Kraut if he's down to. Because he was right in the end. Kyle Kalinske, cringe. He has done the same type of shit as Hassan with, like, the Russia apologia, America always bad. His first, always his first, like, priority is to take the America bad position. So it's just oftentimes led to some pretty cringe takes. But he's like a very soft cringe. I need you to understand. I don't hate Kyle Kalinske. If there could be like a middle tier between cringe and IDK, he would be in it. But I'm going to put him in cringe. And I'm also going to give you guys a very quick interlude, break time between this segment while I go to use the bathroom. I will be back. I am back. Alright. Bladder is empty. Feel a lot better. Let's get back into it. Legal Eagle. I think Legal Eagle is based, but I don't know what his position is on me. But, I mean, I'd have to say based Legal Eagle. I hope he doesn't dislike me. I don't think he'd dislike me. I don't think he would. Let's talk about stuff. I don't know who this is, unfortunately, but I hope they're cool. Lexio Koge. I don't know who this is, unfortunately. Jose. I don't know if Jose has had some cringe associations and takes recently, but I've watched a few of Jose's videos and they were all good. I've always liked Jose's videos, so I have no reason to assume they're bad. Cat Black, I think I've already made pretty clear a few times in this video already why Cat Black is cringe. Kim Possible Facts I hear a lot of bad things about, like, just literally I hear bad things, but I never actually hear specific examples. It's just I hear that they are bad, essentially. So I'm just gonna go with I don't know. Know Nothing, I'm gonna go with I don't know, because I honestly don't remember if Know Nothing posts cringe or based or not, because I can't remember. I being banned from Twitter. Know Nothing's alright. I'll go with IDK, because I actually don't know our current position. Knowing Better. Okay. I really like Knowing Better's content. I think Knowing Better has made some fantastic fucking videos, but he is on board with CGP Grey and like the no reactions to my videos thing, no matter what. And he actually contacted me, and this is what I appreciate. Instead of what CGP Grey did, where he copyright striked channels that reacted to him to try to get them banned, Knowing Better reached out and just asked me to take down my video reacting to his video about neo-slavery. And so I had to delete it at his request. But, yeah, I like Knowing Better, but it's just sort of like... it's just that was sad to be my first and so far only interaction with him. You know, I complimented him and his content when we had that interaction, but it's just like I feel like it contributes to this bizarre I own the discussion around this topic kind of vibe. I feel more so with CGP Grey than Knowing Better. Because CGP Grey has made it so to comment on any of his content in any way, you have to pay him. His comment section is paywalled. His subreddit is extremely heavily moderated. All ways of commenting on anything CGP Grey related are extremely controlled and mostly paywalled. Like, I think you have to be a Patreon supporter to comment on his Reddit. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Knowing Better, though, is based. I'm putting Knowing Better in based. I disagree on the whole, like, reaction thing, but it is his content. It's his decision, so, yeah. Knowledge Hub? I think Knowledge Hub is based. I'm pretty sure I've had positive interactions with Knowledge Hub or something. So, yeah. Chaos's Mel is a psychotic tanky. Also, this hit me as a surprise. The ex-girlfriend of Keffels? Fucking insane lore. What a small world we live in. But yeah, absolutely cringe. Chris Raygun is based. Obviously, we disagree on plenty of things, but I like Chris Raygun, and I think he likes me, so I think we're pretty chill. I think we're pretty cool. Chud Logic. Chud Logic's editor actually wished for me to die of long COVID when I announced that I had COVID. DK, Chud Logic's editor, quote tweeted my announcement that I had COVID, saying, I am praying that long COVID takes this motherfucker out. And I criticized Chud Logic for his editor wishing death upon me. When I actually do, I did end up getting long COVID, funnily enough. Like, I actually do have long COVID and am suffering from chronic long COVID symptoms that have been a pretty significant, hit to my quality of life. But Chud Logic's not really on the left anymore anyway. He basically does, like, right-wing edge tube drama content now. So, Yeah, he definitely goes into cringe tier. He also tried really hard to make me look bad during the Lonnie stuff as well, which is really cringe after I defended him when he was falsely accused of pedophilia. City Beautiful. I don't know what this is. It sounds cool, but I don't know. Bread Sword. Don't know what that is. Don't know. Brianna Joy Gray. Cringe. Nosbel Vortex shit. Caleb Moppin. Tanky. Spanky Tanky. Was literally exposed as like a weirdo abuser too. Callum. I don't know who this is. Carlos Maza. I like Carlos Maza. I know that Carlos Maza has some cringe takes, but like I haven't seen anything bad. Like, Carlos Maza doesn't seem to be a bad person. So, yeah. Cass and Eris. I actually don't know this channel. CCK Philosophy. I don't know this channel. Lumiru based. Lumiru is objectively based and very wholesome 100 Big Chungus. We like Lumiru. Luna Oi, not only a bad person and a crazy tanky, but also a propagandist for the state of, or for the government of Vietnam. She is the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Vietnamese government, and because of that, she has been given free land for a rice crop, and she goes online and lies about how anyone born in rural Vietnam gets that land legally, like everybody, and then Vietnamese Twitter found it and roasted the fuck out of her and exposed her as a liar, and then also exposed her as the daughter of a high-ranking Vietnamese government official. So she's literally an op for the state of Vietnam. She's literally like a state propagandist. Luxander. I think me and Luxander are cool. I have no reason, like, me and Luxander have always just had positive interactions, so I think we're pretty chill. Maggie May Fish, I don't know who this is. Means TV, I don't know who this is. Merrick DeVille, me and Merrick are pretty cool. I think she's a little too, generous and charitable to all of these people a lot of the time. Not all of them, but a lot of these people on the cringe side of the list. And people who will be added to the cringe side of the list, but overall, she tends to be pretty based. Although I will say, she's currently visiting Seattle, which is where I live, and she hasn't even asked if I want to hang out. Don't think I haven't noticed, Merrick. Lily Orchard. Lily Orchard is like an actual fucking demon. If there was a hell category, I would put her there. Like an actual abuser. Like, Lily Orchard is an abuser. If you don't know already, like, Lily Orchard is like, has been a long-running, like, laughingstock of the internet. It's been known how bad of a person she is on several levels for a very long time. Lindsay Ellis was very based. However, she has since left YouTube and is no longer a force for good online, in large part because of many of the people on the cringe side of the list, many of the people on the cringe side of the list basically gave in to the people who caused Lindsay Ellis to leave the internet. So, yeah, there is no more Lindsay Ellis, but when she was around, based. Lions fed by donkeys, I don't know them too well, I'm sorry. Live posting. I think I remember Liv posting from Twitter. I think Liv posting was based. Yeah, I think Liv posting was based. I think. Sudosia, Liz, I played, like, Rust with her and stuff. Like Sudosia's based. I like Sudosia. Lonerbox. Didn't Lonerbox end up being pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine? Lonerbox ended up being, pro-Russia, right? No? Wait, am I wrong? No? Okay. He's pro-Ukraine. Okay. Wait, who am I confusing Lonerbox with right now? I know I liked Lonerbox. Are we good? Okay, I think we're good with Lonerbox, actually. Okay, yeah, I think we're good with Letterboxd. I think I just confused Letterboxd with someone else for half a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nightmare Masterclass, I don't know them. Noah Galdwell Gervais, I don't know them. Non-compete is the partner of Luna Oi and just as bad as her. Now You See It, I don't know them. I don't know them. Patricia Taxon. I liked Patricia Taxon when I first started doing YouTube. Turns out she hates me. I don't know why. I don't know why, but she hates me and thinks I'm a transphobe. Patricia Taxon thinks I'm a transphobe. She joined in the sex cult allegations too. She pushed the sex cult slander about me back in the day. Which really sucks, because I liked Patricia Taxon before that. Yeah. Pause and select. I don't know who this is. Perspective Philosophy. I don't know who this is too well. Peter Coffin is cringe. I think that's well known enough. He's not really around anymore. I don't think I need to give, like, the breakdown on why Peter Coffin is cringe. Polyphonic, I don't know them. Mexi, okay. Here's the thing about Mexi. How many of you guys remember when Mexi went and debated Vosh? And then Mexi requested that Vosh delete the debate off of YouTube. Many of you don't even know this debate exists because it was so bad that Mexi asked Vosh to take it down and Vosh said sure. And took it down. Basically, Mexi ended up accidentally doing a lot of abuse apologia. This was back when, like, the woke scold shit was at its most vitriolic towards Lindsay Ellis and, like, ContraPoints and whatnot. And, Mexi was trying to defend the perspective of the woke scolds being charitable. I think it was, like, I don't think Mexi was being an abuse apologist. I think Mexi was going, like, Merrick mode a little too hard and being way too charitable to the abuser lefties. So I'm honestly gonna go with I don't know what the position is on Mexi, but overall, I think she's cool. It'd be a strong I don't know, leaning towards based. I don't know who this is. Mouthy Infidel. I think Mouthy Infidel went cringe, didn't they, on Twitter? Don't they, like, hate some friends of mine? Yeah, they hate some friends of mine for sure. Robert Evans. I don't know them well enough. Rose Wrist ended up going on this insane cringe arc, but did make a really good research document. It's a shame the path Rose Wrist went down. Sam Cedar. Based, obviously. Don't need to add any more there. Sarah Scribbles. I don't know Sarah Scribbles. Pop Culture Detective. I really like Pop Culture Detective. They're probably, like, if I like, they probably don't like me. They're probably more in this sphere as a person, but I have no evidence of that other than vibes, so I like their videos based. Potential History. Cool. So apparently Quentin Reviews actually debunked the allegations that we went over against him. So apparently, like, other than those weirdish messages that he sent to Lindsay Ellis, it seems like Quentin Reviews is all good. I'm happy to say. Quentin Reviews supplied pretty good evidence, it seems. So yeah, I can happily say. Radical Reviewer. I like Radical Reviewer. I like the dog. Re-education. If you want your opinion on re-education just ruined in one video, go look up Xander Hall re-education debate. And you'll have your opinion of re-education ruined. Renegade Cut. On the list again. Doesn't like me. Hates me. So, on there. Richard Wolf. I don't know. He's not as good as people make him out to be. He got blown the fuck out by Destiny, so... You know, I don't know where we're at with him. Riley Grace Rochong, cringe. You know what Riley Grace Rochong said about Demon Mama after their falling out in a conversation with Destiny? Riley Grace Rochong said Demon Mama probably didn't wait until long enough in life to know for sure whether or not she's really trans. Demon Mama is older than Riley. And Riley said Demon Mama transitioned too early and didn't have, like, the ability to know whether or not she was really trans because of her SJWE view of gender, I guess, was the perspective. It was, like, really bad. It was, like, Riley Grace Rochon engaged in some disgusting behavior. Socialist MMA is a psychopath, like, actually deranged psychopath, so cringe. Soft Boy Social Club, I don't know them. Some More News I like. I like Some More News a lot, but I don't know what their position is on me. Stefan Krozex, I don't know. Sarah Z, I don't know. Has Sarah Z jumped on some cringe train? Like has Sarah Z jumped on the cringe train? Sarah's based? I'll go with I'll go with based. I genuinely don't know, but from what I've seen, she seems pretty based. And the fact that I don't know what her opinion is on me probably means that she just doesn't care about making her opinion other people's problems, which is honestly good enough for me. Second thought, I honestly don't know. He has some really cringe, tanky adjacent stuff, but he also makes some pretty damn good videos. So it's really wibbly wobbly with me. Don't know who Shammy is. Sean I generally like, but his Twitter engagement is literally like a different person. It's so bad. So I have to put him in a very weak, I don't know, close to being cringe. Like, I'm tempted to put him in the cringe category. Maybe I do, just to make it very clear that, like, there's no chance that he's, like, anytime soon going to be, like, on our side of things. Yeah, because this is more to let you guys know, like, who is currently, like, part of the side of the online left that hates us, like my friend circle of content creators, and who is like neutral and who is pretty chill. Pretty sure Sean is a tanky. I've gotten that vibe too. Shoe on head, we don't even gotta go down that road, dog. Shawnalika. I recognize that name, and I know I talked about her at some point. Shawnalika was Boy in a Band's ex, right? That exposed Boy in a Band as an abuser, right? I don't know. I feel like Shawnalika might be in with some cringe crowds, but I just don't know them well enough. I've never seen anything bad from them, but they could be cringe, they could be based. I don't know. Sister Rose, I genuinely don't know. Socialism Done Left is a friend of mine. I like SDL. Wait, I like SDL. I have no negative opinion of SDL. I think SDL is pretty base generally. We disagree a little bit on guns, though. Anita Sarkeesian. I genuinely don't know, but I have generally positive opinions towards her, since I think most negative things to ever be said about her have been massively overblown, but I don't know what she thinks of me. Believe it or not, just because I'm friends with Brianna Wu does not mean that I am friends with every other person who is harassed by Gamergate. As a matter of fact, if I were to guess, they probably don't even, like, aren't even that close, considering the only thing they have in common is being attacked by Gamergate. Brain for breakfast, I don't know them. H-Bomber Guy, again on the list? Based, again. I like H-Bomber Guy. Okay, we'll delete. How do I... Okay, well, you know what? We'll skip this repeat thing, because why not? Ash Hardell, I don't know them. Wait, Ash Hardell? Ashley Hardell? I think this is supposed to be Ashley Coffin. Ashley Coffin is cringe. She is, like, actually a bad person. I have inside scoop knowledge that's, like, I unfollowed her after I found out the things I found out about her. She's done some bad shit. Cringe but booba, true. Atune Shea Films, don't know who this is. Bad Bunny, yeah, legit bad person. Bad Empanada has, like, literally sent death threats to me on multiple occasions, as well as several of my other friends. Like, Bad Empanada is probably any day now going to be locked up in prison. We can only hope. Bad Mouse Productions, yeah, pretty sure Bad Mouse Productions is a tanky. Bastiat. IDK leaning on cringe. He can be based, but he also has some pretty, like, inexcusably bad takes. Bo the Fifth Column is based. We love Bo the Fifth Column. Goes without saying. He gets too much shit. Big Joel. I like Big Joel. But he's kinda... I don't know what he thinks of me. I like Big Joel, but I genuinely don't think he likes me, if I'm being honest with you guys. It could happen here. I don't know them. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. I like 3 Arrows. 3 Arrows is goated. We love 3 Arrows. Tim Traveler? I don't know who that is. TJ Kirk? We like TJ Kirk. TJ Kirk's cool. He's a buddy. He's a buddy boy. We like TJ Kirk. T1 Janitor? We like, or T1, TJ1? I always mix it up with his name. TJ1 I like. I've never had any negative interactions. He followed me on Twitter. I think we're cool. Stephanie, Sterling. Fantastic. We literally reacted to Stephanie Sterling's video recently about her suing YouTube for their literal just false applications of their TOS. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Surus is literally a friend of mine and super based. We love Surus. Shout out to Surus. Surus is based. Like, yeah, Surus and I have been friends since 2019. I don't know who this is. Tantacruel, I don't know who this is, so I'm gonna put them in neutral. Jimmy Dore is, of course, mega cringe. J-Reg, I like J-Reg. He gets some shit from the left, but I like J-Reg. He followed me on Twitter before I got yeeted. I liked J-Reg a lot. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Was Zoe Baker based, or did she end up joining the anti-debate bro train? I'm pretty sure Zoe Baker jumped on the anti-debate bro train. I'm almost certain. Does Zan even watch BreadTube? No, not really all that much. Most of them hate me, so I've kind of... Like, it's kind of hard to watch an entire, area of content now where you're likely to get brought up in like, a negative way and have some, like, horrific lie told about one of the worst things to ever happen to you in your life at your expense by a popular YouTuber. It's kind of hard to chillax and watch BreadTube after all that. Zoe Baker showed the Soul Bunny video. Yoink! I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. We love Tom Scott. Tom Scott is based. How am I going to get him up there? Fuck. We got to zoom out. The only way is to zoom out at this point. Tom Scott. I like Tom Scott. I don't know what he thinks of me, though. He doesn't know I exist. I don't know who this is. Vosh and I are real-life friends, so it's pretty safe to say he goes in based. We're in Hell. I don't know them very well, but I think they're based, but I don't know them super well. I don't know. Well, That's Your Problem. I think the Well, That's Your Problem podcast is based, right? I think I've heard good things about them, right? Where in Hell is a Rapist? Oh, that's not good. I should put them in cringe. Yep, based podcast. Okay, cool. Okay, so Where in Hell ended up being a rapist. Cool. According to chat. According to chat, not to me. I don't know anything about this guy. I'm just taking my chat's word for it because I don't know them. Me. Okay. Obviously, me. I'm based. You know. This is more of like a lineup of who's chill with who. Like, on this side of, like, conflict within the schism of the online left right now, so obviously I'd be on this side of things. Honestly, let's rename it to... Doesn't... Hate me. Hates me, and I hate them too. There we go. Next, we've got, I don't know. Next, we've got Not Just Bikes. Not Just Bikes is based. Next, we've got, I don't know. Next, we've got, I don't know. Next, we've got, I don't know. Next we've got I don't know. And then I don't know. I've already gone into detail about why the Surfs, at least Lance from the Surfs is cringe today. I mean, I almost put him in the doesn't hate me section. Yeah, I think I've already well and truly explained why the Surfs is bad. Thought Slime, obviously bad. One of the biggest proponents of the slander against me that I had a sex cult. Unlearning Economics, I genuinely don't know, but I think is generally pretty based, so like a strong IDK. And then I don't know this one. So yeah, there we have it. That is the final layout. It honestly isn't as bad as I expected it to be. We already sorted H-Bomber guy. Mind you, a lot of the people in this space... Yeah, Lance is also friends with Foreign Man and Soul Bunny and all that, yeah. He's part of Cornbread Tube. So yeah, basically, like... A lot of these people I'm not even actually friends with, I just like them. And don't know what their opinion is on me. So... This circle is actually a lot smaller than you might think. So, can you guys kind of understand now why... There's kind of a perception of, man, the online left is in a bad fucking place right now? Do you guys kind of... Do you guys get why I feel a little bit, like, down about the state of the online left? Anyway, for those of you guys that wonder why I don't do more collabs or why there's not more, like, camaraderie within the left, it's because that's a large portion of LeftTube that fucking hates me, and hates my friends, too, and hates me for being friends with my friends, so it's just kind of a big circle jerk of you're not allowed to be friends with this person, but you are with this person, but you can't with that person, and this person's bad, and that person's bad. It's... BreadTube is dead tube. There's only Cornbread Tube and the Debate Bros now, and sadly, as far as numbers go, Cornbread Tube is winning. That's the sad thing that I have to admit to all of you. Cornbread Tube is winning by numbers right now. Lefty content overall is down. Lefty content overall is suffering. Like, LeftTube as, like, the entire space is suffering. But compared to, like, Debate Bros, Cornbread Tube is doing better. They're growing faster. Like, new channels are blowing up with big viral videos about why Debate Bros are evil and bad every other week. Like, literally, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land got hundreds of thousands of views on a video that just came out of nowhere in a few days on why Vosh and Keffels are bad. Quality over quantity. To a degree, that doesn't even make sense, though, right? I think it's that lefties are easy to trick into thinking that like content that's high production value must naturally have more truth to it than a live stream that's lower production value. Because they have the production value on their side. Like, it's very entertaining, high production value videos, but it's so filled with lies and vitriol and spite. Hate doesn't really keep people around. They are left-wing quarterings and no BSs. That's true. It's always short-term, and it doesn't last them, but right now, they are currently on top in regards to viewership, so that's the state of the online left. It's sad, but that's where we're at. The majority of the online left right now thinks you're racist if you think noodles are tasty. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I feel like it'll be a good video to be up on the channel to help kind of break down what the state of LeftTube is right now. Like, who's friends with who hates who, all that good stuff. Both YouTube and Spotify have announced today that they are increasing the cost of their premium services. I hate it here so much. Let's go! Time to suffer. I bet we're not getting paid any more money either. Fantastic. Professor Tax, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Said Alan Fisher is absolutely based. He is with Not Just Bikes and the new urbanism crowd. You should check his videos out if you got the time. Also, he and Reese are friends with Adam something. Interesting. I'll have to look into a lot more of the newer bread tubers because I don't want to be behind on things. Ixon Pink, thank you for the Prime sub over on Twitch. Very kind of you. Very based in Pog. Alright, everybody. Here is where I wrap up stream. Time to see who's live to raid into, though, or to host. Oh, damn. Kind of a quiet day today. We'll raid into Dylan. Damn, Dylan's the only person that's live today. It's a quiet day today. Yeah. I'm saving you guys the work of having to look around for another lefty live streamer that's live today, because nobody's live today but Dylan and me. Jesus. Well, yeah. Go say hi to Dylan. Go say Zan hosts and everything. Go be good. Go be kind. Go be Pog. And as always, guys, I really appreciate your support today. You have all been amazing. You have been lovely. I will, of course, be taking tomorrow off, but I'm going to be working tonight on some cool content for the Patreon. Oh, and do not forget, if you want to play video games with me off stream, I am running a Final Fantasy XIV, which is free to join and play up to level 60, by the way. Like, literally hundreds of hours of content, completely free to play if you download it. No payment info needs to be entered, anything like that. I am running a free company. It's like a guild in Final Fantasy XIV. We have tons of fans that have joined. I am constantly online playing on there, like, at least once a day. Sometimes I'll be not on there, but usually I join for at least a couple hours a day. And it has been a ton of fun. If you want to learn how to join and get like the details on it and everything, please consider hopping on. The more the merrier. We want as many people as possible. Here is a link to the Discord server to join the Soul Strikers. That is the name of our free company. Yeah, I'm just having a ton of fun with FF14. Please consider joining us. But with all that said, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. I love you all so much. And as always, have a good one. I'll see you all the day after tomorrow.